Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Every day we're presented with new challenges and new opportunities. Many times we're down in the dumps and walking around trying to figure out what's going to happen next. And all of a sudden, somebody pops into our lives and tells us something that inspires us to move on to the next moment. But we also have an opportunity to be that inspiration for somebody else. Whether it's walking past somebody and complimenting their
Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing.
Y sale el vertecito ese. Ajá.
Hey, Gary, come on down.
Excuse me, Austin Ochoa here? Oh, okay, good.
ready.
All right, today's regular council meeting is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Here.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Present.
Mayor Sid is absent.
All right, I believe we have quorum. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Minister Kenny Medina from Ministerio Gracia Sin Límites.
Good evening, everyone. Father, we give you thanks because we are able to gather here tonight in this place, and we have the freedom to discuss things like we're about to discuss tonight. And we ask that everything is done with integrity and with union and with harmony, and that the best decisions may be made. Bless the lives of the council members and the mayors and everyone in charge in this town. In the name of Jesus I pray, amen.
Thank you, and next up we have the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Every day we're presented with new challenges and new opportunities. Many times we're down in the dumps and walking around trying to figure out what's going to happen next. And all of a sudden, somebody pops into our lives and tells us something that inspires us to move on to the next moment. But we also have an opportunity to be that inspiration for somebody else. Whether it's walking past somebody and complimenting their shoes, or just simply holding the door for somebody. Sometimes a gesture or saying something positive to somebody can be that inspiration they need to take the next moment. We each have an opportunity every single moment of every day to do something positive. And it's important for each and every one of us to do something positive to continue to create a great community, the community of Miami Lakes, South Florida, and this entire world. So next time we have an opportunity to show kindness to somebody else and be positive and be their inspiration, let's take that opportunity and do it.
Thank you, Ariel, for that. Moving on, the order of business, council, are there any additions, deferrals, deletions?
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
item 9B, I'd like to defer it to the month of May.
9B.
I'll move that change.
I'll second.
Any other? Council, I would like to move item 13A to right after public comments. I'll
Right,
second.
I'll move the agenda as proposed to be amended with 13A after public comments and deferring 9B to the next council meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So moved. All righty. We have public comments. Madam
Thank you.
Clerk.
Thank you. All comments or questions from the attending public shall be directed to the Vice Mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. When you arrive to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. If you are participating in remote public comments via Zoom or by calling in, you must raise your hand so that IT can unmute you and allow you to speak. If you're using Zoom, to raise your hand, you click on the reactions icon and select raise hand. And to raise your hand via phone, you press *9. Once you raise your hand, they will allow each participant to speak one at a time. Thank you and welcome to public comments.
Council, as is customary, I want to recognize our Clerk of Courts, Mr. Juan Fernandez Barquin, who would like to address the council, and I would like to extend him as much time as he needs.
Okay, as the lawyer, we need to be nice to him. Whatever we do, we're going to be nice to him.
Yeah, may you turn the microphone on?
There we go. All right. Good evening. My name is Juan Fernandez Barquin, Clerk of the Court and Comptroller from Miami-Dade County. It's an honor to be here before you all, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just wanted to loop you in on a couple of things that are going on that we've initiated in our office. First, we've extended hours in two of our courthouses, two of our satellite courthouses, specifically the Joseph Caleb Center, 5400 Northwest 22nd Avenue, and the second is the South Dade Justice Center, 10710 Southwest 211th Street, off of exit 11 off the Turnpike. Thursdays 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturdays 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We've received very positive results from having these extended hours. You know, clearly working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. it proves incredibly difficult for individuals to go in person. So we extended hours there. We've also implemented a payment plan in-house that we developed in-house. We're in the process of rolling out the auto pay, hopefully in about a month or two. But right now, for traffic tickets at least, there are individuals who can enroll in this payment plan option. Secondly, we also started, we have Operation Greenlight that's starting tomorrow until April 30th. If anyone in the public knows of any individuals who have traffic tickets or parking tickets in collections, all right, traffic or parking tickets in collections, we're waiving the collections fees from April 10th to April 30th. And then lastly, there's a property fraud alert system. Okay, this is a fantastic system. This is completely free. There's companies that charge for this. All right, I've seen them charge at least $100 or $120 a year. All right, and the property fraud that's going on is basically individuals are filing, the legal term is a wild deed, but they file these deeds that transfer properties from the rightful owners either to a fictitious corporation or to another individual, and then it's refinanced, and then the rightful owner is left with a lien on the property, and also the property is not in their name. So, I mean, it proves there's some legal challenges then for the rightful owner to get it back in their name, and we have a step-by-step process on our website if that happens to the rightful owner. But in addition to that, we have an alert system that anybody, all right, it doesn't have to be the owner of the property. Anyone can sign up for this. They can register up to 50 properties, and if anyone files a legal document that affects the ownership of the property that's registered, we send a text message and an email, and the email has a link to the document that they can review to verify whether or not it's a legitimate document. So this is a fantastic program. My whole family's on it. I suggest everyone here get on it. There's a QR code that they can register. Literally takes less than 2 minutes. All we ask for is your name, email, the folio number. We show you how to find the folio number, your address, and phone number. So incredibly easy to register for it. But thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And good to see all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right, we will move on to public comments. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come up to the microphone.
I'm Zoe Venturino, and we are legal students at Miami Lakes Middle School. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor Fernandez. As you have heard from us before, we are presenting our policy for the creation of a youth advisory board that will focus on legislative processes and policymaking. We are not here to make activities, seeing as that is already covered by the Youth Activities Task Force. Our council will allow for the youth to present their ideas to the town council, giving them a voice in their local government. Already, almost 30% of cities have a youth council because their policymakers know how important that kind of opportunity is for young people. As an example of a successful one, the Hialeah Youth Advisory Board has been active for nearly a decade. Miami Lakes, this town that is clearly dedicated enough to its youth and their education to allow us to speak on this topic, should surely be equally dedicated to the implementation of a youth council that would allow the same opportunity for a broader range of students. Students are far more educated than some people would give them credit for and have opinions that are worth hearing. Previously, a legal class like us that included Maritza Costa and other determined students presented their policy on water systems and flooding, an issue that may not revolve around the youth, but most certainly has an effect on them. This is proof that young people can have intelligent discussions on policies that aren't watered down for their sake, that hearing them out on adult decisions can be worthwhile. These strides in youth engagement are only possible with the assistance of adults and government, and so a major part of our proposed policy is having the youth council members shadow the council members. This is highly important to make sure council members can mentor the youth to learn legislative processes and the creation of policies. Another major part of our proposed policy would be having a board liaison, making sure that the meetings run smoothly, and they could guide the youth council members. This role would be rotated every month. We are open to suggestions on our proposed policy. Thank you for your time, and we hope that you will take these reasons in consideration and vote in favor for fostering civic engagement among the youth of our council. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bonnie, I know you were making your way up, so.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Peterman and staff. I come before you almost every month just to always make the sort of same kind of comments where they have the same basic theme. But I mean, I tried writing out 2 different times things I wanted to say, but I'm just going to make it simple. There are good things I see here on the agenda. For example, talking about the removal of excess leaves being done by the town. This is great. I love the idea of a question and answer type of public comment session, because that's really what communication is. We would love to be able to pose a question and have the answer come right then. I think that's an excellent idea. I like your Councilman Fernandez's idea about reforestation. I don't understand what it says about the canopies on Miami Lakeway South, because when I tried to look it up with the attachment, it really doesn't explain what Mayor Sid has in mind for that. So I wish he were here because I'm curious. But the worst thing, the thing that really upset me was seeing something about the street zoning overlay on 154th Street. I am not sure what that means, but it boils down to the same problem we always have. It seems as though the council always has that idea of growing, changing, bringing more amenities, more services, more whatever more they can bring. That's not what we really want from you at all. We don't need it. We don't want it. We want our natural beauty and what we have to be properly maintained to keep it in the best condition. Enforcing deed restrictions. I see so many blatant violations when I go in my area of the town, and it bothers me. But that's what we would like you to be doing, not spending our money on frivolous things like another bicycle path in a park that's not needed. Those crosswalks that were brick, that's silly. Safe walks to school. variances that allowed 2 7-story-foot buildings. All of those things, a lot of people like you thought it was progress. Most of us don't see it as progress at all. We see it as ruining the image of the town. And we wish that you could have a better mindset. This town was not created just to make money for entrepreneurs and developers and contractors. It was supposed to be a quiet respite from urban sprawl. And that's the gem that we are trying to protect. So please keep in mind, don't be distracted by trying to bring us more and more and more. We have so much, and we don't live in an isolated community somewhere in the middle of nowhere where you have to bring a lot of services and things to us. We have all we need, and even more than we need. And look, we're in Miami-Dade and Broward. We're just full of opportunities to do whatever. So just try to keep us as simple as you can and maintain to the utmost. Good sidewalks, nice, everything pristine, maybe some pretty landscaping, but try not to get into bringing more amenities and things to us. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Fernandez, esteemed council members, and staff. My name is Carolina Cuba, 7374 Big Cypress Drive. Youth needs a platform to be able to be involved in government. And what better way than through a youth advisory board? Having a youth advisory board is not only a great educational experience, but also an extremely rewarding one. Establishing a youth advisory board in the town of Miami Lakes allows for youth representation, future leaders development, and enhanced decision-making. Additionally, it is also very important that we invest in civic education projects that equip us with knowledge, skills, and confidence to participate effectively in the decision-making process, and to further implement civic engagement among us. In addition, the youth needs the adults' inputs and advice on government issues. We call upon you to pay close attention to what we have to say, to value our viewpoints, and to consider our perspective when making decisions. By fostering an environment of inclusivity and collaboration, it can be ensured that the diverse perspectives of the youth enhance and strengthen our community. In the state of Florida, 67% of cities have a youth advisory board. 29% have a youth activities committee. And 19% have a legislative youth council. Our neighbor to the south, the city of Hialeah, have had a youth advisory board for almost 10 years. And what we're here asking you is that you carefully consider this and make the town of Miami Lakes the next city to have a youth advisory board. And I'll leave you with this quote by Father Flanagan. A man never stands so tall as when he stops to help a child. Thank you. We're open to talk to any staff or council members and open to any suggestions or recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Do we have any other public comments?
Good evening, Claudia Lucis, 8220 Menteith Terrace. On the heels of what Bonnie Cintron just spoke about a little while ago on the issue of unnecessary amenities in the town, we continue to build. We continue to find projects that look nice on, campaign flyers when it's election season. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of the Miami Lakes taxpayer. As I look at the agenda and I look at the proposed cost to increase, let's say, the amenities at Canine Cove, I remember when this was first proposed, it was just going to be a passive park. It was going to be low maintenance. Now I see a $25,000 price tag attached to it. Yet people come up here and they talk to you guys. They talk about the sidewalks. They talk about the conditions of the streets. That apparently falls on deaf ears. You got $25,000 for a dog park. You're trying to tell me we as taxpayers can't expect more from this council, from this town? $25,000. It's a lot of money. I look at the other issue of, everyone talks about traffic. Campaign season is great. People start talking about traffic, and we're going to alleviate traffic, and we're going to mitigate traffic, and we're going to propose things for traffic. Well, no one's proposing creating any more lanes because there's no space. Now I see on this agenda a 154 street overlay. We can't handle the traffic on 154 as it is now. There's plenty of retail space, commercial space available out there. But we are once again, trying to increase the size of what is supposed to be a small town. We're losing it. Residents are complaining, but apparently nobody's listening, because what we're focused on is simply growing this town beyond the bounds that it already has. Sit on those roads. Look at that traffic. I still remember when, the 170th bridge conversation came out. Oh, don't worry. There's not going to be additional traffic. Really? Don't worry. We're not going to need any more police officers. Really? Okay, look at the amount of traffic that is there. So based on the history that we have with this town council, I think it would be prudent to take a moment and step back and address what are the true priorities of this town, which include, sidewalks, the conditions of our streets. We propose all these wonderful ideas, but you don't have the money for it. So you have to start to really prioritize what it is that you want and just really stop taking advantage of the taxpayers.
Thank you, Claudia. Anyone else wishing to speak? Come on up.
Hello, good evening. Okay, so I wrote some stuff down. Give me a sec. So good evening, my name is Vanessa. I am a Miami Laker, born and raised. I'm a local marketing professional. I work in the hospitality. I work with a lot of businesses here in Miami Lakes. I get exposed to a lot of different businesses on the daily, on the weekly. You might recognize my work from Chella's. We've, tried to do some nice things for the community through large events. Just bringing everybody together for a good time and just, a good place to just kind of get together. I wanted to come present a unique point of view, I guess a different one from today's public comments, but it's basically a point of view from the local business side, the business owners, most specifically Main Street, I guess to start. While there have been multiple small businesses that have opened up in the past few years, which has been super nice, because I remember, obviously I grew up here, so we know it was all chains and big companies, and now it's more just Miami Lakers opening up their own places, right? Bringing a bit of life to what was once a very quiet Main Street. Main Street kind of went on the low. I feel like there's more as a town that we can do, especially as a town, and partnering with the businesses themselves, because everyone is super willing to work with you guys to kind of liven it up a little bit. Because you guys offer support, through ribbon cuttings, but then after that, it kind of just quiets down a little bit. So there's no reason why Main Street can't be comparable to Coco Walk in Coconut Grove or the shops at Pembroke Gardens, all places that we as Miami Lakers go to and then come back home. Why can't we just stay in our own backyard and support the local businesses that are here? So I want to comment and essentially propose a plan to pump up Main Street to its full potential. Events like the one that just happened this weekend, Cars for a Cure, are just examples of how our community loves to come together. We can support our local businesses through community events that we invite our locals, as well as attract outsiders to support our economy in Miami Lakes. And as well as through simple marketing tactics like social media, inviting travel influencers to come in, and more to just show the rest of South Florida and Miami Lakes, that we can be a destination for all to come and enjoy and thrive in. So I really thank you for your time and attention to this. As a local marketer and a born and raised Miami Laker, it will be such a delight and a joy to see Miami Lakes thriving as it should be. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak?
I do see 2 phone numbers on Zoom, but I don't see them raising their hand. So again, if you are calling in and you just want to speak during public comments, please dial *9 and IT will let you speak. No, I don't see them raising their hand.
All right, seeing none, public comments is closed. All right. Moving on to item 13A.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, creating a youth advisory board, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
All right, and this was my item, but last month when it was initially presented, Councilmember Dieguez expressed an interest in meeting with the students, and I believe that they met. I'm not sure if the students received any requested edits or if you wanted to proffer those at this time. So I'll yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And yes, I was not able to get to them, my proposed edits. It's been a very busy season, thankfully for me, on the law firm side of things, so I was not able to get it to them. But we did have a productive conversation in which I relate to them some of my concerns with the ordinance, or rather the resolution as it's currently proposed. And I was able to get a better sense of what specifically they were envisioning with this particular board. So after thinking about what they brought up and hearing what they had to say as far as what they envisioned, I do think that it is far more extensive than what any of our other 10 or 11 other committees are currently, required to do, and what they're able to do for those that want to do more. And I think we need to get them more in line with what those boards have, right? I know that they wanted to present, for example, at each meeting, their report on the youth view on each and every item on the agenda. I understand and I appreciate the passion that they bring to the table as a former student government person myself. But I just think that in most of our meetings, as we all know, we have a lot of agenda items to get through, and other times we have a lot of public comments. And of course, being able to meet or to opine on each issue is going to be time consuming, and then also providing a monthly report would be more than any other committee or board that we currently have in existence. And I don't think that's fair to the other committees. But I guess what I'll do is I'll wait for you to make the motion, and then I'll go one by one with my various items. But I did want to also take a moment to let the students know that I had an opportunity to look at your project. I was actually a judge for Project Citizen. And I was able, even though I was not the one judging your particular project, I did have a chance after looking at mine to look over at yours. I was able to see the amount of work you guys have put into it between the interviews and the essay writing and everything else. I think it's commendable work. You guys clearly put a lot of thought into it. And so I want you to realize that I do recognize everything that you've done your homework. And so my edits are based on, though, my practical experience as a council member now in my second term, and as somebody who was a volunteer for many years prior to even getting elected. But with that, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll wait for you to get us in the proper posture.
All right, so I will move the item. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. So the first thing, and that I flagged at the last meeting, had to do with the verbiage in Section 7 duties, number 3, where it states members of the Youth Council shall be given opportunities to shadow the council members. I don't have a problem with council members that want to give them an opportunity to shadow them, when they have certain meetings and whatnot. But obviously, I think the way it's worded can be a little too broad. Obviously, as we all know, there are times where we have to meet in private with staff. There are also times where we just don't have the time to coordinate with others because we have very busy lives, you know, families, work, et cetera. So I just feel that would be better as a may. So my first amendment would be to propose that subsection 3 of section 7 be amended to read, members of the youth council may be given opportunities to shadow the council members, therefore giving each and every member of the council an individual opportunity to determine which or how, to what extent they want to involve the members of the council. That would be my first amendment.
I'm totally amenable to that change.
I'll second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on the amendment only. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And thank you. I failed to recognize you earlier, but Councilwoman Perrano is joining us via Zoom. Welcome.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
The second item I wanted to discuss with my colleagues, and maybe actually, and I probably will need the students to actually guide me on this. One of the concerns that I had was that as a formal body, as opposed to an informal group, very similar to what we had with the youth council at the spot, is obviously they're going to be subject to sunshine. And, you know, with that, you know, a violation of which is a criminal misdemeanor, et cetera, and it doesn't sound like a big deal, perhaps, to some out there, but I just have some concerns with respect to putting that sort of responsibility on them. And so I just wanted to have a conversation with my colleagues and with the attorney as far as, you know, what you guys feel as far as the level of risk there is acceptable or not. My question for the students would be to see how Hialeah does it. You know, because I admit I have not looked into how Hialeah specifically has set up their youth advisory board. The little bit I did look up just now does seem to kind of combine what you're proposing with what we currently have with the Youth Activities Task Force. So I don't know if any of you can opine on how much of their responsibilities is policy and how much of it is event planning.
What I had to do with the Youth Activities Task Force at one point was attend one of their meetings and stress to them, you know, Florida law and the Government in the Sunshine Act, and because I think there were some issues, but I think they seemed to get it at the time, and I haven't gotten back any real issues. We could certainly do that with this group.
Okay.
Actually, Lorenzo could attend one of their.
Okay. So you would be fine then with an all youth board.
Oh, well, who would monitor their activity?
We would have a liaison.
Okay.
We would
right,
have a liaison.
which is what the
Yes.
Youth Activities Task Force kind of has. Well, they have some adults.
Exactly. Yeah. The YATF has adult members in it.
Yeah. I don't know if Lorenzo's going to think of anything that would be an issue, but.
Vice Mayor, Council, I don't see that there would be any issue. The problem is always the youth at council needs to understand that, you know, what they're voting on and what they're going to be talking about. Now, can't bring any issue. Their role, in my understanding, in speaking with Vice Mayor Fernandez, is that their role is purely advisory in nature. They are a think tank of sorts. So they'll be providing ideas and putting together kind of a position paper, and be circulating that and sharing that with the council. Provided that they're not talking about anything that's budgetary or planning events and things of that nature. That's where it gets kind of sticky because they are minors and they are not of age to be able to take votes on things that are you know, tax dollar in nature, budgetary in nature.
We can never put in front of them an issue on spending money. The bottom line is they're legally incapacitated, so that issue can never come up before them because they're not allowed to vote. We've had that issue come up before, and we did the research and everything else on it. But you know, to me, the key is the sunshine. You know, you have to drive that home nowadays, especially to the youth. It's tough enough with adults, but yeah.
Through the chair, but they're able to look at the agenda, see items, and and advise us on what their take is on how it'll affect them and their age group. You know, give us that kind of feedback on what they feel the ramifications of anything on that we have on the agenda items might affect them, and kind of give us maybe their view, and they're able to do that. I mean, without voting, are they? I mean, without. Yeah. So I mean,
the sunshine.
No, I know, but more of a
sunshine. Remember, sunshine applies between them.
Yeah.
It does not apply to different boards.
If they're not a part of the government, they can actually be more effective, right? Because what we're telling them is, guys, you can't talk amongst yourselves, right, on issues that you're going to bring forward. But you did it today, right? You convened for a purpose, and I would say your advocacy has been more powerful today than vice versa, than if they were under the sunshine. And these are things that you get through debate, right, and trying to flesh this out. I have a bunch of other things as well, but I'm going to tell you right now, just from the discussion that we've seen here and what our attorneys are advising us, you're a board that's going to advise us on policy, but you can't talk to each other. You would be much better not being part of the city. You know, that's the kind of, I mean, you can have a legally sunshine meeting, you can have debate, you know, but we're handcuffing them, right? We're actually making it harder on them. And then we're trying to bring issues of capacity. Do they understand what they're doing? What are the policy ramifications? So it's a good thing to flesh out, you know, and I think this is a healthy debate. But I would even urge you right now, the way that we're going, it's almost like they're more powerful not being part of the city.
I was part of one of those committees a long, long time ago. And I thought it was one of the best experiences of my life, you know, to come up and participate and everything else. So I rarely speak on policy, but I think this would be a great thing for them, as long as we help them out and we guide them, which is what adults are for. But I think it's a really good thing for them, for whatever it's worth.
through the chair, just to add, to dovetail on what was said. Yeah, there's going to be restrictions on you speaking, you know, to each other about the business in front of you, but it will show them at an early age the challenges that we have, right? How government really works, how we just can't willy-nilly speak to each other. This is where we are able to speak, and everybody has to know we're meeting. Everybody and everything we say has to be recorded, and everybody has to have access to that, right? Because some people say, why can't things get done quicker? Or you'll learn that at an early age with our guidance. So I was in comprehensive law in high school, and I wasn't part of something like this, but it gave me a little understanding of, you know, of not the real world, but how things work a little bit more. I have better understanding when I graduated high school. So if we give guidance and they understand, and it's a great opportunity for them, I think they'll handle it well. They handle themselves extremely well here. They handle themselves extremely well when they're answering questions and they're presenting. And I think it'll give them a heads up on when they do go into, you know, if they do decide to go into public service in the future. But I understand what Councilman Collazo is saying as well. But I think if we give them the guidance, we set the parameters, like you said, the parameters, I think it'll be a good thing. I'd love to hear, you know, what they have to say, because sometimes we think we know it all, and their perspective might just like, wow, you know, what did we miss? So I agree with trying to give them an opportunity at least.
I mean, I can tell you firsthand from interacting with from interacting with these particular students, and from my time on the Youth Activities Task Force, where we had student members, that oftentimes they take those rules very seriously. They take those rules, and these are students that are highly civically engaged. I would argue, in terms of understanding those rules and those parameters, are at a more advantageous position than maybe, you know, some of our other rank and file committee members are, who maybe don't have that predisposition to civic duty. So just something to throw out there. I mean, yes, from an efficiency standpoint, I definitely agree.
No, my not questioning their capacity. I think that they're very competent. My issue is as power of an advocacy. And I think the perfect example, I think the mayor brought the Canine Cove Committee, right? Saying, we didn't vote for that. Because what we were going to be doing is actually hindering those individuals that wanted to advocate on behalf of the issue by making them part of the government, right? So what I'm saying is sometimes the most powerful advocacy is the one that happens very organically and kind of, you know, and I think you've nurtured that, right? You've told them come before the dais, and sometimes putting them here, it's going to be different, right? It's a different rules of engagement, so to speak. So I'm taking everybody's comments. I agree. I think the youth should be given a voice. I don't necessarily disagree with the item. I disagree with the composition. I disagree with some of the makeup of the board. I disagree with some of the feedback that I've just heard. You know, they're not going to be an extension of the council, right? I think what we're using them is as a body to kind of take input and then, you know, move through policy. And I think the closer that we get to that level of expectations, what it is, and I applaud, let me tell you what I applaud. I applaud Councilman Dieguez for going and saying, hey, you know, let me sunshine this meeting, let me understand a little bit more. Because what we get is a little snippet, but then if you delve into it a little deeper, it might be different than what we might be thinking of right now. And that's why I'm gonna propose some changes as well, and maybe see if they're amenable to it or us, right? At the end of the day, it's if we're amenable to it. So I'm in agreement with it. I just, you know, I guess it's setting that benchmark that sometimes what they believe are the capabilities of their advocacy is sometimes better served if it's not through the body of the government, right? And I think that sometimes the most powerful things are the ones that happen organically, and a perfect example was that Canine Cove issue, right? We had Friends of Canine Coves kind of showed up, and they were much more powerful than maybe an advisory board.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just picking back off of that, I admit that I am completely boarded out in terms of, you know, we have already like 10 to 11. And not only are we talking about this one, but we're talking about another one. So that creates a staff issue as well, because again, they have to have a liaison. I mean, I'm open to the idea, but you know, if you guys are fine with putting them under the same strictures as us as a teaching thing, great. I just hope that they understand that that means that they can't present the report unless they've actually formally met and voted. And one concern that I did have was actually when I was asking for dates and times to meet with them. And I found out later that Councilwoman Verano was doing the same. They only provided one date and time that they were able to meet. So that did kind of raise a flag for me as far as what is their availability then to meet monthly and therefore to you know, hit quorum requirements and everything else. I mean, but if they want to be subject to that provision along with the regular committee rules, then fine. You know, then I'll just put it forward there on that. You know, I'll leave that alone then. But I wanted to have that discussion. And I know that they had talked about meeting up here on the dais, but I just hope that they understand that, like all our other committees, the committee would have to meet in the community conference room there, you know, which is still down the hall. It's, you know, not far. So, and again, I just want to reiterate, though, what my colleague, Councilman Collazo, was saying, though, which is that obviously, you know, it sounds like a great idea, but you'll soon see how those strictures can actually be suffocating at times to debate, especially if you can't meet quorum. I do have concerns also about what happens when your current crop of, you know, graduates. You know, will there be the same level of sustained enthusiasm? So it is what it is, but again, my biggest peeve really with this item, aside from the fact that I'm just generally become wary of any new boards, you know, my big concern was just that requirement that we had to give them the opportunities to shadow council members. Again, we already have an internship program here in the town if they wanted to get an up-close view of how government operates. But I'll just leave it with that then. I don't have any further amendments.
Right. Hey, if I may, so I'm definitely fine with changing shall to may. That's perfectly fine. I think maybe I see the dynamic of this a little bit different than what we're talking about. So if we're looking at them, this group overall, and we're grabbing them, we're cutting them, and we're making them the youth advisory board, then yes, I could see how that would be more complicated and a step backwards and adding bureaucracy. But I think the idea is to open this up community-wide and have participation from different schools and different things. And so then really our role at that point becomes providing the forum and the format for them to be able to do so. So it's less about, a group of classmates at this one particular school that would otherwise be able to get together on their own time or during class and discuss issues, and it becomes more, a diverse representation of different individuals from different schools in the area.
You're stealing my thunder, man.
Sorry.
Well, I do have an amendment. The Vice Mayor did kind of touch on a point that did pique my interest, and I do think that is pertinent. I'm fine with having a representative from each school, but we've already seen how on the advisory boards for the special taxing districts, that can be a bit of a limiting factor. If we have to have one from each school.
Not as a rigid structure of one representative from each school, just organically. If they all happen to come from one program, fine. But I think we have a deep enough talent pool in the town.
You see, and I completely disagree. That's exactly what I would want. I would want. Let's see, I wrote them all down. I'm going to miss somebody, but HML, Goldman, K8, Miami Lakes Middle, Bob Graham, Miami Lakes Education, Catholic School, Our Lady of the Lakes. Have one person from each of those schools, right? That equal representation among all the youths, among the largest organizations that cater to our youth here. I thought that would be great. Now, if you can't get participation, maybe the youth aren't that interested then, right? You're just proving a point. So I would put it on the youth council, the idea from the middle schools to actually promote it and say, hey, encourage maybe an election in these schools, right? The next phase of this project, you planted the seed, right? They're sowing the seed. The next phase of this project is at each of those schools. You got to do outreach to each of those schools and say, hey, we got this through. Have an election. Have an election at the school. Have the schools vote in their representative. Not must appoint them. I don't want to continue a clique culture, right? I want to make sure that they're actually represented and have the schools say, hey, run an election for the youth council. You're going to have a seat at the helm of government, right? I'd be completely in favor of that. I think that's the most democratic way to do it. I mean, that was one of my suggestions. I don't know if that's the way you were going, but that was actually going to be one of my things to put it.
No, and I appreciate that, and I hear your concerns there. But I kind of also agree with making that more aspirational, just because, again, like we've seen on the special taxing district boards, how that can be a bit of a challenge, or at least, again, limiting, right? Where if you have to have a representative, say, from here, and here, and you don't have enough applicants from the various schools, I think.
I know exactly, I understand you completely, because I have such an issue. I had a vacancy on the Royal Oaks section, East non-HOA member, like it becomes, complex. I'm okay with making that maybe the suggested course of action, but maybe not.
I do have one limitation.
We can't find one student representative from each school.
Well, I'm sure we can find.
Because this is not East West. This is one student representative from each of these educational institutions.
What I'm saying is that, very similar to our other committees, we need to have an applicant pool, right? They have to choose to fill out the application to be considered. And then, as you know, Victoria will send us that list of choices, and then let us know who from these has already been selected by one of our colleagues. And what's left may not, may leave one of the schools.
But I think we're putting way too much on us. This is a project. This is the next phase of that project. I would put it on them to say, look, you got it through. Now this is your baby, right? Who are these kids, right? And challenge them. These are the best, the brightest that we have. We can't come up with one kid from each school. I think we're underestimating what they're able to do. Their teacher's nodding yes. So guys, she's giving me full rein to move forward. Do you think you guys can do that? You think you guys can do that? That if we put this challenge back to you, if we pass this, that you can get one representative from every school? I believe you can. I believe you can. So I don't think it should be a long-range thing. I think we should put it back on them and have them identify it and bring it back. Do you guys think you can? You guys think you can identify one person from every school? I believe in them. I don't think we should shortchange them. I think that should be a condition of the committee. Because then again, if it fails, guys, that means that what you've been saying, right, is that the youth don't have a voice. And I would challenge you to challenge the youth, right? If you truly believe in the mission and you truly believe in what you're bringing forward, I say you go for it. And I don't think it's a hard mission. What I do believe that we have to rethink is unlimited terms, right? Because that's the issue that I have. How long are you a youth for? Right? If you have an 18-year-old there for 20 years, right? That kind of changes it. So those are the things that I want. Those are the two issues that I wanted to bring forward, right? To put term limits on it, right? And to make sure that all the schools were adequately represented. And with your nod, I'm going to make that my hard line in the sand to move this thing forward.
Do you have a motion?
Yeah, in the form of the following. On the composition in terms of service, I want there to be one representative from every school. HML, Barbara Goldman, Miami Lakes K-8, Miami Lakes Middle, Bob Graham, Miami Lakes Education Center, and Our Lady of the Lakes being the 7 organizations. And I wanted us to have a debate or a discussion on term limits. I don't believe that they should be indefinite. I believe that there should be some type of term limit, whether it's 4 years or some other structure, because after a while, I think having somebody there for more than 4 years, if you didn't get the work done, maybe you shouldn't be in office. It's kind of the same rule that we're, the same standard we're held to.
Right. Well, I mean, I think part of the intent is that they have to be active students, right? So I think at which point they graduate high school, they would have to drop off.
The Hialeah board sets a 2-year term limit. Or not a term limit, sorry, that it's considered a term of 2 years according to their website. Members shall serve for a term of 2 years.
Through the chair, I agree with what my colleagues are saying. I just want to remind we want to make this fun for the kids, right? You guys are coming up here, you're excited to participate. I honestly think they should come up when they're having their meeting, let them use the dais, why not? It's the experience. And I think the social studies teachers and each class should vote on somebody to represent them. And to get more kids involved, instead of a 3 or 4 year, every year you pick somebody new to represent your school on this board. And you get to come up and you get to give us your advice and you get to sit on the dais and you get to see and you get to shadow us and you get to have fun and learn at the same time. Remember, guys, we were kids once too, and it has to be fun for them. It has to be exciting for them. Let's not forget that part of it. I know we have to make sure our P's and Q's and everything is done well, but yeah, I think every school could decide on somebody, and every year pick somebody new, and it'll encourage each student to work hard to get to the level where they're nominated by their peers to get on the board. They vote, and then they become part of the board. So I like that idea a lot. But remember, guys, it's supposed to be fun for them, so let's encourage them a little bit.
I disagree in the sense that they are going to be opining on our agenda on every single item, on very serious issues in many cases. So I think it's not just about having fun. If they just wanted to have fun, then it should be an informal board. But, again, part of them now being subject to our rules and everything is to get the experience that includes all the boring parts of what we do, right? But with that said, that actually brings me to another point. But first, I'm going to second the Councilmember Collazo's motion.
And I'm fine with the 2-year term limit. And if somebody graduates before that 2-year term limit, I guess we'd have to go in for another appointment. Because I did see the caveat that the vice mayor was referencing that they must be enrolled in the local school.
So there's a motion and a second on your amendment. I don't know, Madam Clerk, if you got all that.
I did get it. It was to amend section 3 for one representative from each of the 7 schools. So I just want to clarify, you're going to scratch out the town's education advisory board because OL is not represented in the EAB.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Right, because I think originally as it stood, they would have to come from the schools, but not specifically one per school.
Yeah. Well, I have it as one rep from each of the 7 schools. That's
right.
Yeah,
No. That's the
yeah.
That's the
and
amendment.
then
Correct.
here it says any from
Correct.
middle or high from any of the ones represented in the EAB. So since OLL is not represented in the EAB, you're gonna have to change that.
Got it.
Just one before we vote on
Yes, sir.
this amendment. Just want to clarify a little bit about what I meant by one student. I mean, for a year term, if each school has a goal, or if students have the goal of, wow, if I work really hard and I make I do a good job, my peers are gonna choose me to be on this board. And they serve for a year, and then we get some, in the next year class, they have the same goals. I think the teachers, or the students would like the opportunity of every year a brand new person representing that school, and I think it'll encourage more participation, and it'll be kind of like a reward for those students who have shown that they, their civic knowledge and have worked hard to get there. I think a 2-year or a 3-year term kind of kills the competition, and we don't have fresh students coming every year. And I can't speak for the students and I can't speak for the teachers, but I think they would like that opportunity to be able to bring someone fresh
I'm
to
fine with that.
encourage.
Of course, yeah, I'm fine with that.
No, that's just my opinion on that
So
one.
yearly term limits.
Yeah, so then the students and the teachers can have the opportunity to vote every year themselves and reward one student that they feel can represent their school and help us and give us guidance. I just think that's better than 2 or 3 terms. We can't think of them as adults in the same way as we do. They are under 18, but we're giving more opportunities to more kids to participate.
And we did just recently make a similar change to the student advisory position on the EAB, in line with that, right? We made it a yearly process.
If Councilman Collazo wants to amend his amendment to include that, I'm more than happy to second that.
I'm completely fine with it. To all the educators in the room, does every school have a student government, an active student government? Does every school have an active student government? So they actively hold elections every year as well for those positions, correct? Yeah, so it's not a heavy lift. That's what I was trying to see. Was it this be like an overreach? But I'm fine with that.
Okay.
All right, so on the amendment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, do we have any other amendments on this issue?
I have one more that kind of came up as we were having this discussion. I actually would, for myself, would prefer to have a requirement that they have to be Miami Lakes residents. If they're going to be opining on issues affecting our taxpayers, right, I think it's important that they be those not trying to denigrate the contributions of those that are not. But I think, when we're talking about offering staff time, right, that we pay for it, their parents pay for it, et cetera, when we're talking about them opining on issues that affect Miami Lakes families, I think our taxpayers want them to be people that live here in the town. So that would be my amendment.
I'll second.
Through the chair. But that doesn't include HML. That would.
Well, where they go to school, well, if I'm not mistaken, HML covers Miami Lakes, so there could be Miami Lakes students going to HML.
I know. But other school, with certain magnet schools and things like that, sometimes kids come from other towns to come to our schools. We have great schools, and they've worked hard to get there. If they're going to a school that's either located in Miami Lakes or adjacent, like Hialeah Miami Lakes, I think it would perhaps lower the amount of students the pool that they have to work with. There might be incredible children, incredible kids that are just, we have Moritz who's not he goes to HML. Other students have come up here who don't go to the town, don't live in the town, but yet come up here and really give their heart and soul to Town Matters. I understand what you're saying in that sense, but I think it might limit the amount of talent pool that we might have, especially since a lot of these schools have kids come from outside of Miami Lakes. That's just a thought. Curious to see what my peers, and Ms. Serrano as well, I haven't heard from her as well.
There's nothing that stops those kids from attending those meetings, speaking in public comment, as every committee allows members of the public to do, or even in informal work groups from participating in giving their opinion. But I disagree. I think it is a stronger imperative for us as the stewards of the taxpayers' dollars to make sure that we're putting them first. And so, to me, that includes if we're going to make staff available to this board, and if they're going to be opining on things that sometimes might involve hundreds of thousands of dollars of Miami Lakes tax dollars, I'm more than open to hear other opinions, but I would want the members of this particular board to be from Miami Lakes. After all, we need to cater to our residents first and foremost. That's just my view on the issue.
So I'll put my thoughts on the record. I see both sides of it, right? And so, like, if you look at our youth advisory, our youth activities task force, for example, that includes or makes eligible students of our area schools, regardless of where it is that they live, right? For me, the line in the sand is if the body is going to exercise discretion over financial issues, like a committee is able to do, most committees are able to do, then I think that should be reserved for, you know, residents of the town. In this particular case, since it's a purely advisory role and the students kind of by definition aren't able to exercise any fiduciary anything because they're legally incapacitated, I have less of an issue allowing them to participate. Ultimately, they are a part of our community just the same. The student that lives in Hialeah and goes to, you know, Miami Lakes Middle School still deals with our traffic, still drives through our streets, still sees our flooding, still sees all of those other issues. And in this particular case, since they're not directly allocating funds in the way that, you know, perhaps our Cultural Affairs Committee would or our Veterans Affairs Committee would, I think that there's very little downside to allowing that to happen, and the pros are great, right? We might get a more engaged member out of it. So
again, I think though that at the end of the day, it's our families that are affected by our decisions, and so we need to hear from them. If others want to opine, you know, look, I'm glad that Maritz and others, you know, feel welcome enough to be here, and they do contribute a lot to, you know, our area schools and all that. But again, we're talking about where they want to opine on procurement and all sorts of other matters, you know, so I would rather hear just from our families in particular.
all right. Does anybody want to proffer that as a?
Yeah, I made the motion. I don't remember if there was a second.
Do we have a second?
Councilmember Collazo seconded the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Collazo, do you want to make any
vote.
additional?
No.
Oh, ready to vote? All right. All those in. Oh, sorry. Well, oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Rano. You are recognized.
That is okay. Are we voting on the motion that the students need to be residents of the town of Miami Lakes?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll save my comments for a little further along.
Thank you. All right. On the strictly on the amendment, all those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
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 All right. The ayes have it. Councilwoman, you are recognized.
Thank you. So before we take a final vote on this, I still have a lot of questions regarding how this committee is going to function. And I've read the resolution. However, I'm not understanding how they're going to give the council feedback. I don't know if you, Vice Mayor, if you can shed some light on that for me.
So the idea, kind of coming from some of the conversations that Councilman Dieguez had with them. So originally they were going to perform an oral report at every meeting. I think we can probably make that more in line with the rest of our committees. And
I think
yes.
they're my understanding is if we approve them as a formal body, they are automatically subject to the committee rules, which automatically already reduces them to the two, not only opposes sunshine, but also restricts them to the 2 reports per year. And then any other additional reports they want to give orally would have to be subject to the manager's approval.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, what I would want to see out of it, I'm perfectly okay with them just doing the 2 yearly or semi-annual reports orally in front of the council, but I would like a written report to be provided to the council on a monthly basis.
I think if they want to do that, I think we can just leave it to them to do that. I don't know that we need to include that in the resolution. It's not like we're going to stop our business if we don't get that report.
Right,
So
but kind of to walk you through the process as to why the idea was for them. The idea was really, kind of to what the deputy town attorney said, to be a think tank, right? So the idea is for them to meet between the time that the agenda is published and our council meetings, and so having them draft a report that speaks to the items that are before us, I think would be would be the value that they would provide, right?
I think that's fine. I actually told them, I think a written report would be more feasible, and, but obviously, again, they would have to meet within that window to approve that report, and obviously they would have to prepare it. I don't think they should be relying on the liaison to prepare the report, because it's in essence, it's part of their project. They need to be the ones to generate this. So, but yeah, I don't know that we need to include any additional direction. I think that's already inherent in their authority there.
That's fine.
Thank you. So that was one of my concerns, and I'll explain to you why. I'm not a council member that is in favor of creating more committees. On the contrary, I voted against all of the last committees that have been presented to us for the reason that they seem to get us in a pickle every single time. So because they're students, I want to give this group of students real expectations, right? What we do on the day is real business. And although they're going to want to chime in and give us feedback on every agenda item, to me, it just doesn't feel like that's feasible, that we would have the time to review the agenda that is very, very lengthy, to brief with the manager, and then also review the comments on every single agenda item. So when I read the resolution says that they are for the purpose of advising the town council on matters affecting the youth of the town. I feel like that statement is very broad. So is the intention for them to give us their feedback on matters affecting the youth, or on every agenda item that we discuss? Because unfortunately, there are things that are going to be outside of the capacity of for them to research, right? Things that have to do with our budgets, things that have to do with more legal matters. We have briefings with our attorneys privately sometimes that are not, subject to public meetings. So I just want to give them the right expectations with regards to what they're going to chime in on and what they're not. I feel that they have public comments. They have the opportunity to come before us every month. Every resident, even people that are not residents, have the opportunity to come before us every month. They have 3 minutes to express their opinions on agenda items. And I just want the students to know that is afforded to them with or without a committee. They can always come before us, and they can always speak regarding to any item that they feel that they want to give us their opinion on. So that is something that they should exercise as often as they possibly can. But with regards to this particular committee, what are the matters that this committee would be including in their report? Is it going to be every item, or is it going to be youth-related items? And how would we determine what those would be?
The original intent was for them to give the youth perspective on all of our new business items.
New business items?
Yep.
Okay.
So definitely, nothing confidential, nothing that's not on the agenda already.
Okay, so perhaps that can be incorporated into the resolution, because I feel that it's written in a very broad statement, right? Just for the purpose of advising on matters affecting the youth. And to be quite honest, I think everything affects the youth.
Right, and I think that was kind of their intent. It would be them providing the youth perspective on our day-to-day items.
And that would be via a written report.
Yes, in my opinion, a monthly written report, and then 2 oral reports a year, in line with what our other committees do.
Okay. And with regards to council members being liaisons, right? Section 6 discusses that the town manager shall appoint a staff liaison. So that requires funding, and I'm not sure if we've considered the funding source for that. And then it also speaks about council members serving as liaisons. And I do recall that in the past, that was removed from other committees. Council members were not involved in that for political reasons, because sometimes we tend to politicize things when we're given the opportunity to participate. So I would really like to remove, I know that it says highly encouraged, but I would really like to remove that. I wouldn't like to see council members participating in the committee per se. I'd like to see the students with a liaison. And then I guess my question is to the manager, where would the funding come for the liaison?
Before I let the manager respond to that, This board would essentially be replacing the youth council, right? So whatever resources we have allocated to that, I kind of envisioned.
Yeah, we don't have a liaison for that youth council. We just have the staff from the Parks Department works with them and you know, but it's a little more informal than this would be. So for this, we would probably have to, I don't think it would be a huge amount of money, but we'd probably need some type of a budget amendment that we can make with a carry forward item tonight or next month. It would be minimal in the grand scheme of things, but we'd have to fund it. We currently have a part-time liaison who handles the mental health task force, the ad hoc committee for the sheriff's item, which is probably at some point is going to come to an end, and we can probably have that liaison handle this committee or this group also. So we can make it work, but there will be a budgetary impact, but I don't think that it'll be large.
Okay, and then another question that I had was I do agree with having one student representative from every school. I don't know how it works in Our Lady of the Lakes. I don't know if they have a student government at Our Lady of the Lakes. I'm not familiar with how they run it, with how they run that there. But I guess my final question would be with regards to how often they meet and whether or not, I know that there's usually, when we have youth involved, we have a lot of problems with quorum. So sometimes there's resources that aren't used properly because, you know, meetings are called to order and we don't have quorum. Would it be possible for them to not meet on a monthly basis? I know that in middle schools, I think they have a little more spare time, but I know that our high school students, particularly those that are in their junior and senior year, rarely have time to do much because they're just so busy. So would there be a possibility for them to meet perhaps quarterly? That would help the liaison to have the funding for the liaison would be a little bit less, and it would also help with regards to quorum. I do agree with Councilmember Dieguez with regards to the dates, right? I was unable to meet with the students because they didn't really have a lot of dates available to meet, and I really couldn't meet until after April the 15th. So would it be possible to have them meet less often for this to be less burdensome?
What frequency would you suggest?
Quarterly, perhaps?
What do the students say? Yeah, come up, please, Miss Diarza, so that we can recognize you and get your comments on the record. There's a little button.
What I wanted to say is that these students that are going to be volunteering for this youth council are very dedicated students. Mm-hmm. It would be the best of every school. So I don't see an issue with them meeting every month. I really think that they would look forward to it because I really have observed it. Moritz was my student, and I know there's almost nobody comparable to Moritz, but there are other students like that out there. At Goldman, at Hialeah Miami Lakes, at Tech, there are many students. At K-8, I know the legal studies teacher, my colleague, has wonderful students, and they are very committed, and they will be willing to serve. And if you think about it, if it's one from every school, there's a lot placed on their shoulders, there are expectations, and they're gonna live up to that. And it's a good thing, because one of the things that we seldom have a lot of time to teach in civics is local government. And this is their opportunity to learn from you what it's about, the good, the bad, the ugly, you know, everything in between. Because studies have shown, they have told me that studies have shown that students that are engaged at this time continue to be engaged and are most likely to vote. And that's what we want. You are actually mentoring the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, I just want to also point out for the record that in line with what Mrs. DeYarza just stated with respect to getting the youth involved, which is the supposed end goal of this project, which I believe it is, I did recommend to them that they could work on preparing mock elections at the school, similar to something I had done when I was in student government in high school at Day Christian. And I think in that sense, simulating the actual election process where every student was given a unique ID that they would have to present to an election monitor from SGA, and then they would be led to a computer where they would cast their ballot online. I think simulating the voting process from presenting ID to casting the ballot and then getting back in the line and all that, I think that would really go a long way toward really simulating the election process and getting them used to the idea of voting, like as a general population. So I actually, I don't know what you guys think about it. I did present to them. I don't know what they want to do with that information, but I actually would be fine with including that in their mandate that they have to organize a mock election, at least in presidential cycles or presidential or midterm cycles. And I think, again, if the idea is to start getting the youth accustomed to voting, and as Mr. Yarza said, I've seen those studies too, that as you get them involved and used to that idea of thinking themselves as voters, they're more likely to continue to vote. I think that would go a long way. So, I mean, I just want to throw that out there to see what everybody thinks about perhaps, throwing that in there, that they should organize these mock elections at their schools whenever there's a general election cycle.
I think so long as we keep it to, presidential or gubernatorial elections, I would want to keep it out of the local elections.
Yeah.
Okay.
Midterm and general,
Yeah.
congressional and presidential.
I think that's an excellent idea, Councilwoman. I did want to address. I think the cadence of meeting monthly kind of helps, cycle through the different new business items that they get. I think that cadence might be helpful. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards continuing to keep them meeting monthly.
Okay, I appreciate that. My final point would be, obviously this is something that we're going to test drive. Is there a possibility to have this committee sunset at some point so that we can revisit, considering that there's going to be a new council in place? Is there a possibility that we can add that to the resolution so that this can be revisited in the event that there is poor turnout, or in the event that the enthusiasm wears off? And I know that these students that are in the room right now are incredibly involved, and they impress us every time that they walk through the room. And there are students like Maurice Acosta, like Diane Jimenez, that come monthly and impress us with their comments and their perspective. But I want to make sure that we don't use resources towards something that doesn't work. So I don't want this to just live in perpetuity without us looking at it again.
Absolutely. Would you be amenable? I mean, we could do 2 years. We could do 4 years. Do you have a preference?
The shorter the better. I would like to revisit it on a yearly basis. If possible, have every council, we're committing to something that we don't know if future councils will want to commit to. So if this can be revisited and revoted on by the council every year to make sure that there's funding available, that it's, working the way that we intended it to work, I would like that. And if the council is agreeable to that.
I think something I would suggest, the council typically, I mean, sometimes there's exceptions, but the council typically changes composition every 2 years when we have elections. So maybe revisiting it every 2 years is a fair compromise.
It is a fair compromise. I would just like to, if it's not working, if there is poor turnout, poor participation, I'd like the opportunity to be able to address it sooner.
Yeah.
I know that there are, for example, the Youth Activities Task Force has moments in time where the participation is very poor. They cannot meet, they don't meet quorum. We've had that issue in other committees as well. So since this is something very fresh and we don't know how it's gonna work out, and there's only gonna be one student from each school. So it's not gonna be the group that's in the room right now. It is going to be just one from every school. If 2 years is your preference, then we'll go in that direction. I would prefer to revisit it on an annual basis.
Right. I think 2 years is a fair compromise. And again, I mean, if we see that it's not working out, we can always, pivot at that point. I don't think we have to wait for the 2 years if it doesn't seem like it's working or we want to tweak it. That resource is always available to us.
Understood.
All right. So can we incorporate a sunset provision for 2 years?
Do you guys want to make it in the form of a motion, perhaps? 'Cause we already voted
Councilwoman,
on the
would you
other
like
one.
to state that formally as a motion?
Sure, I'd like to include in the resolution a sunset provision
I'll
2
second.
years
Oh.
from 2 years from its approval date.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're back to
I'd
the.
also like to make another motion to remove the council members being liaisons to the committee.
Section 5?
I'll second that.
It has been seconded for discussion. Give me a second. I want to refer to something here. Because I think part of, and I'm okay with removing that the council members be liaisons per se, but there was conversation about perhaps council members, and obviously this would be at their discretion, would afford some of these members opportunities to shadow them or participate in on meetings. Definitely not a shall kind of situation, but I think to council member Garcia's point, the idea is to engage them and show them the cool parts of government, and I think we can do that and help mentor some of them. So
No, absolutely. I think that council members at their discretion can choose whether or not they want to go that route. I just don't want it to be that council members are going to be serving as liaisons. We don't do that in any other committee. I mean, we're free to visit and we're free to participate in committee meetings. I do that very frequently, but we're just guests at these meetings. We're not liaisons and we're not members. So that's the reason why I would like to not include that particular sentence in section 6.
that is fine by me. Do we have any other comments on this? Is all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Back to the main motion as amended 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Any other? No, we're good. All right. On the original motion as amended.
I will call the roll.
Thank you.
Item 13A, Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Congratulations.
Clerk. Congratulations, guys. All right, moving on. Yeah. That is a fantastic fantastic lesson. Give government something simple, and sit down and fasten your seatbelt. All right, sorry guys, I'm trying to flip back.
I wanted to see if we were open to reopening of public comments. I know that we have our auditors in the room, and sometimes we extend them the courtesy of going forward as well. So I don't know if there's any appetite to reopen public comments.
I believe they're
I mean,
going to
not
be
public
presenting.
comments, I'm sorry, the
No.
order of business, and position them after, I guess, committee reports.
I think they already kind of are by default. I believe the manager
Deferred one of his items. school crossing
deferred
guards.
9A, and I have the feeling he wants to defer 9B. I'm sorry, deferred 9B, and I think he wants to defer 9A. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
Yes, 9A and 9B. Yeah, 9A would be deferred till May. And I'd like to, we're going to
So
probably
then
do it
we
instead of.
have to reorder, we have to reopen the order of business then.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'll second the reopening of the order of business, and then I believe what we would be changing
Is
is
deferral of 9A?
exactly deferral of 9A, and that puts
Them right.
9C
Yeah.
in the proper order. Any other changes to the order of business?
Just a quick question, Mr. Perry's family, Aiden Perry's family, where are they in the agenda to speak?
I believe they're going to be speaking during 8A, the Neighborhood Improvement Committee report.
Okay, so that's coming up, okay.
Got it.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Any other? I may obviously the mayor is participating in the canvassing board at the elections department, so I may ask to reopen the order of business later in the meeting if he's unable to make it by the time we reach the end of the agenda to defer all of his items. But we'll play it by ear. All right. On the order of business, all those in favor? Aye. Order of business is closed. All right. Committee report 8A.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Fernandez and Council. I'm here on behalf of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Jesus Mendoza, I'm filling in for Rudy Guerrero, our chair. He had an event today at work and he couldn't make it here. So I would like to start by covering our initiatives and our events. We recently had on last Saturday our community bike ride. It was sad. It was the last one for the season. As you know, we take a pause for the summertime, and we'll restart again in November, December. We continue to have our HOA quarterly meetings, and that's the report for initiatives and event. Our next item is the future projects and consideration, and for that today we have the Eden Perry Hero Life Green Initiative, and at this point I would like to introduce you all to Miss Sarah Perry. She's Eden's mom, and she will give us an overview of this initiative that all the members of our committee supported the item, and turn it over to you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here tonight. I am Aiden's mom. I recently lost my son tragically when he lost his life and he jumped in the lake to try to save the life of a driver who lost control of his car. We were out walking our dog one evening. We witnessed the driver lose control. The car went in the lake. Ultimately, my son and I ran to the lake. The driver called out. My son answered his call for help. Unfortunately, when my son jumped in to answer that call, he hit his head on a rock, he broke his neck, and my son died instantly. The driver of the car died as well in front of me. Since that moment, as you can imagine, my life has been forever changed. I owe it to my son to now live his legacy and to continue his acts of kindness and make a difference in this world. I truly feel that if there had been something there that night, something that my son could have used other than offering his own life, my son would be here. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Until losing my son, I did not realize there was a need. Soon after losing my son, I went symbolically on a trip alone abroad that he and I were supposed to go on together. I went alone. And on a trip from London to Scotland, I was struck by the amount of life rings that were on bodies of water, even the most remote and obscure locations. It wasn't until I came back here and I realized that they weren't here. I was out running one night along Las Olas on a path that I'd run many times. On this night, sitting in the middle of my path, literally, and it was a makeshift life ring, in the middle of my path, I stopped and I looked up. At that moment, I knew what my son wanted me to do. I knew what he needed me to do. Life rings are the answer. They've been around for many years. I did not invent them. They have been proven many years to save lives. They just have to be available to be used to save a life. On that ride home from my run, I made some phone calls. And very soon after that, with a partnership with Datrix, the manufacturer of the life ring, and a partnership with the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan and Scholarship Fund, we created the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative, and the life ring like you see here in front of us. It is a Coast Guard regulated, Coast Guard approved, commercial grade life ring. And on it, it has my picture of my son in the hero message, in honor of his last most selfless act, for which he got the Carnegie Hero Award. I am happy to say since that moment, I have over 300 of the Aiden Perry Hero life rings installed in Broward County. I'm happy to say I'm moving into Miami-Dade County. It's been already approved in Doral. We're going to be working with not just Doral as a city, but in some of their HOAs, as well as Miami-Dade Fire Rescue on their Union Hall, as well as other cities I've been in discussions with. The Aiden Perry Hero life rings are through the donation made to the foundation. We are able to donate to every city that joins me on my initiative, life rings to get them started. The life rings, like you see, the one in front of us is the prototype that is in my community as HOA president. We installed them immediately. I was invited to the BCCMA meeting, and I wanted to have something in the ground to be able to present as a prototype. I can tell you that the ones exactly like you see here have been in the lake in my community now for a year, February, and they look exactly like they do when they were installed. Since I've started this journey and we've moved rapidly through Broward County, I have almost all the cities either currently in ground or about to go in ground. We have made a couple adjustments. One of the things that we've done is we add a sign. Even though the life rings are known as a universal symbol for a life-saving device, we do put the sign. And what we normally do is we include the logo of the city that they're in, and the message is you want to call 911. That's the first thing you want to do. And then throw, don't go. Many times, as you realize, lives can be lost because someone tries to save another life. It is a known fact that even the best swimmer can lose their life trying to save someone's life. My son was an amazing swimmer, but I cannot swim. So if there was a life ring available, perhaps I could have used it to save a life, and my son wouldn't have had to jump in. So the message is throw, don't go. So as we've gone on our journey through the different cities, they have made a couple alterations to this implication, depending on where the cities are going to put them. Depending on some cities have put them by piers, by waterways, or depending on the aesthetic of their city, they might alter the post or the application. So this post you see in front of you would go into the ground 2 feet with some concrete to make it sturdy. This is a simple post. It's just pressure-treated wood. It's made to hold up to the elements. But the most important ingredients is the ring and the rope. The rope is so that if you throw the ring in and you miss, you can pull it back and you can throw it in again. There has to be something to pull the person out of the water. So besides that, we have the ring on top, the sign on top. Some of the cities, my first city that came on board was the city of Coral Springs. We have over 90 of rings just in their city alone. They have our rings pinned, so when you call 911, the operator can tell them where the life rings are. Unfortunately, you cannot predict where the next accident is going to be. There will be more accidents. Since losing my son, there have been many more drownings, and I truly feel that if there was something available that could be used, the Good Samaritans who have also lost their life, trying to save other people's lives, or the people who have lost their life because the people on shore, like myself, cannot swim and were not able to jump in, it could have been prevented. So I'm here today to plead to you, the town of Miami Lakes, to join me on my mission and help me keep the promise I made to my son that night after he died, that I would not let him be forgotten and that I would continue his works. My hope and my mission is to get life rings similar to the ones you see here in every city, by every body of water possible. So the next time there is something that a Good Samaritan can use to save a life so that we can save lives and prevent future drownings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Through the chair.
You're recognized.
I can't imagine.
I wouldn't want you to. It's horrible. And we're coming up on next Thursday. It'll be 2 years.
Wow.
And it seems like it was yesterday.
I mean, it's such a simple idea.
Absolutely.
And it's,
And it's very cost effective,
Yeah.
I can say that. So what we do after we donate the first round of rings to each city, with the partnership I have with Datrix, the manufacturer of the life rings, it's in that packet that you all have. They offer an at-cost price to you of $60 for the life rings.
Mm-hmm.
The rope that you see on here, it's 50 feet, and it's polyurethane. It has to be marine-grade floatable rope. It's $10 for 50 foot. If you go to Home Depot, like I just did and bought that, it's $10. The post, if you put it the one that it is here, it's 6 foot. It's about $10 as well. And you want to have the hooks to hold the rings on. And another important factor is an anchor point in the back. And the reason you want an anchor point in the back is because, like I said, you cannot predict where the next accident is going to be. So if it were a perfect world, if it would happen right in front of the life ring, that would be great, but you want to be able to move it if should you need to use it and it's not right in front of the stationary point. So by having an eye hook on the back, many of the cities have a carabiner or another quick release latch on here as a Velcro, but we have adapted as we've gone. Every second counts when it's an water emergency, and the cost of that is just a mere couple dollars. The cost of the sign, we have a partnership with Broward Signs. This is also in your packet. It's $34, I believe, which is cheaper than most cities pay through their in-house signage. Everybody, Broward Signs, my sign company, as well as Daytrix, they make it as a priority because they are fully behind my mission, and they expedite all the orders through the cities and everybody who's on board. And so it's very cost effective. It's a collaboration between the Parks Department, Public Works Department. In my HOA, the Boy Scouts got involved and they did it. The fire department gets involved. A lot of people ask how are they maintained? What is the maintenance on them? There really is none. There's really low maintenance. This is a wooden option here. Some of the cities and Broward County, when they installed them on the county level, they put a plastic sleeve on them. I just recently, a couple weeks ago, installed them in the city of Miramar, and they use a galvanized steel, similar to the metal post that you would put a stop sign on. It will hold up to the weed eaters. It'll hold up to the weather. It's not going to go anywhere. So I have plenty of pictures, plenty of options that many of the cities and the counties that I've worked with have installed. And it's really just up to the aesthetic of your city, how you want to do it, how you feel like it would fit, the looks and needs of your city. But the important thing is just to have them there.
Through the chair to the manager, do we have any at our at Optimus Park at the pier? Do we have any?
I don't think so. Do we have a life ring at the marina? Yes.
We have a life ring at the marina. But again, we have so many lakes.
Well, yeah, marinas and beaches, I mean, because the boats and ships, sometimes they have them, but we're talking still water, lakes, canals, HOAs, where unfortunately I sit on many task force now, drowning prevention task force, and if you look at the statistics, that's where a lot of the drownings happen. There just needs to be something there. Our pools, you have hooks, you have other things to measure for pools, but for all the still water, and I know the City of Miami Lakes, you have your name for a reason. You have a lot of lakes in your community. And unfortunately, like the lake in my community, there's nothing there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I love the water, and your story is something, that's just, how can we say no, right? To me is how do we program it, right? And I'd love to sponsor one at my lake, the one that I live on. At least mine is kind of easy because it's town property. Our HOA is a little bit different, and you know exactly that's a different monster. So you actually came with the right committee, which are the liaisons. I can see the HOAs as well, maybe having, sponsorships like the little library. That's kind of where I'm going with this, We had the opportunity of HOAs sponsoring, well, actually any resident, right? Quite honestly, any resident can sponsor. I'd love to sponsor one at one of our public parks, and, I think that'll be a great way to kind of kick off the program and put one in every lake, right? That's kind of the goal, and I'd love to do that for you. Yeah,
and it's great because the response I get from the city's been amazing. The community is really behind it, and what we do when we move into the cities, we make it a learning moment for the community. We have a moment where the council, commission, mayor, or the city managers, or whoever is sponsoring it and part of it, we have an installation, and while you're there, they make a promotional, like a PR moment that they can share with the community. I don't know if you probably see me on the news, they follow me. And it's a learning thing. You let your community know that they're there. Let them know why they're there and how to use them. We usually have somebody from the fire department or a lifeguard or somebody do a demonstration showing them the proper way that they're to use. We stress the fact that they are a life-saving device and the proper way to use them. We encourage the community. I go city by city who has my life rings, and we educate them. We educate even the youngest child, and grandma can use them because it takes no training.
So I'd like to move the item, and direct staff to see if we can create a very similar program like the Little Library program, where we can have sponsorship opportunities from our private HOAs and maybe residents alike to sponsor some of these throughout towns in our public areas and our privately maintained areas as well, like the HOAs that have lake shores. So I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second
that as well.
All right. Any other discussion?
Just a question to you. What would you feel optimally would be the best one in every lake, different sides of the lake,
Well, you need
where
more
beaches are?
Well, you need more than one in every lake. because like I said, you cannot predict where they're going to happen. So what we do normally as we go city by city, every city is different. There is no exact blueprint because every city, every waterway is different. Obviously, that's why we get the fire department involved, because they can tell you perhaps where the most accidents are, where in the parks where there's the most access, where they're going to be. Obviously, if you have a location where the back of the lake is not as accessible to traffic, then maybe you would have less there. But you want to have it where the most trafficked, or the highest probability of the use is. And that's why, obviously, it's in the real world, we could have them scattered every single lake, every few feet. But by having the option where we can move it, you can move it and go to the location, but you need to have more than one. I can actually honestly tell you, currently, we've been doing this for a little over a year. I've had one stolen, and we replaced it. People, I think, respect the fact that they are. The parks, when they're in the parks, the park ranger, when he opens the parks in the morning, they go and they make sure that if there's a location along canals or other waterways, it's Public Works who goes by and makes sure that they're still there, that the rope and everything is intact. Yeah, no, I do. Like, I go around, like when I ride my bike through Markham Park, we're in there because we're in a county. We're in the cities within Broward County, but we're also there on a county level. I monitor the ones where I know where they are. I make sure that they're in place, of course, in my HOA, and the community loves them. We get pictures sent all the time. Someone's like, "Where's Waldo? Here's your ring." And people, they're behind it, and they thank me because it's truly life-saving.
For the installation, maybe we can involve like the Boys Council, the Youth Committee, and make it a community event.
Or PTAs too, next to the Miami Lakes K3. I see always kids hanging on the beach, after school, and I mean. Yeah, right there, because the lake's right there. Yeah.
So I'll put my my thoughts on the record. I think maybe the best next steps, right, is to task the NIC with looking at the map of the town, identifying what the best spots to start in are, and then I guess we would also want those identified by which we have public access to. So we have either a beach park or adjoining town property that we can place it at, and then which of those lakes are HOA controlled, and then work, through the NIC to liaison with those HOAs and inform them about the program, and then we can also try to match them up with potential
But
sponsors.
if you have a private person saying, "Hey, I want to put it here," because they're selfish, right? They want to protect their community. I wouldn't turn them away.
No, Yeah. absolutely.
They're not on that list. I wouldn't turn them away. So
Absolutely.
there's some way that we can do both.
Yeah.
And it's great because, like, the city of Doral is a perfect example. So they're approved to the city of Doral, and we're working on a date. We're going to be selling them in the very near future, probably the next week or so. So there's 3 of their HOAs in particular who they're waiting. They follow this example of the city. So when they see that the city's behind it, like the city, some of the HOAs in Doral are waiting to see a prototype that the city of Doral uses, and they're going to copy that. So that's when you're the example, and we invite the HOAs. You make it a moment, you announce it. Like April is Water Safety Awareness Month. So a lot of the cities are doing it in April or even in May. We're going to be. Yeah. And you could piggyback that. You all come, you make it a moment, a public moment. You have the fire department, you have the different associations there, and you invite them and you see what we're doing. And that's where that PR moment comes on. You put it on your website, you put it on your social media, you tell them that they're there, and you tell them why. And when they Google and they tell the story, people get it. It's really catching on, and it's really well received so far from the community. I thank you all for this opportunity. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a motion and a second on the table. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. All right.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mendoza, you have additional reports for us?
I have a couple of more. So the other one is the beautification remaining of the beautification of the electrical boxes. Remember that project we did a couple of years ago? We would like to continue with that. So the committee is working on identifying, what's the next batch that we can make a difference there. Then the other one is the community golf cart parade. I think that was a hit. Everybody enjoyed it. And it was in line with the initiative that the town has for the owners to register the golf cart. So we would like to continue to support that. The last one is the beautification of the Palmetto under 154. I don't know if you had the opportunity to travel at night on 57th Avenue under the granny, the lights. We're working on that. It's a little challenging because of getting the power there. The town does not control the underpath, but we're trying to find ways to make it happen and make it better. And we'll continue to work with to connect with the community. So I'd like to thank you for your time today.
No, thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you for your service.
Just a comment, as far as the beautification project with the boxes, that's in the manager's presented carry forward amendment. At least I fully intend to support it when we do finally get to second reading on that. And there are a couple of, sorry, getting a lot of messages obviously over the election, but it just, yeah, would be more than happy to continue supporting those initiatives and moving them forward. So you have my full support.
Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, just a quick question. You're doing the electrical boxes. I know we discussed the last couple meetings, the towers, you know, the 5G towers. Isn't that in their wheelhouse?
If they choose to, yeah. I mean, anything dealing with anything,
Yeah.
anything that improves the neighborhood.
You've seen that giant monolith that was put up.
And there are more popping up, right? So
I mean,
yeah,
if you guys don't mind to just, you know, spitball, since you're already, you know,
Right.
familiar with beautification, especially the electrical boxes, go take a look at that on 87th, 154th and see what you think.
yeah, I'll bring
Yeah.
it to the committee and on our next meeting.
And also, when you say entrances to the town, you know, the 67th Palmetto entrance,
Right.
we've been working, I mean, for a while now
Right.
to work with, we're waiting to see what Carrie
With the
Ford has to
library,
say. Pero your ideas would be amazing as well in that area, so whatever you can bring up, we'd appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Moving on to our Economic Development Committee, Chairman Casamayor.
Good evening. Vice Mayor, Council, thank you so much for this. I'm going to speed through the generalities of the report and all that, because I've got something a little bit more in depth to go into with you guys and see if I can maybe get some opinions and how to best approach. So I'll just kind of go down the list that I've gotten written up here that I sent over to you guys earlier in the week, I guess, last week. So in terms of attendance, we've been doing well. I think there's just been one instance of somebody that's been kind of shaky on attendance, but we're in the works with that. We're already dealing with it. We've got new member committee pins that now we're going to be able to put in our jackets, all that kind of good stuff. We're working on a banner that we can set up at events like the upcoming Chamber Expo and at our networking events. Which, speaking of, we have been doing the network events throughout the year. We pretty much do them quarterly. The recent events that we've been doing are a little bit smaller than I would have liked, at least. They've been around 40 to 50. It's been a lot more close-knit, and it's a lot more Miami Lakes residents that we haven't seen before, which is nice. But at the same time, I want to go back to how we were at the end of last year. And maybe it's a date timing sort of situation where we had like around 50 to 60. I think a big part of that is being able to advertise it and push these things. So we've already kind of picked our next one. It's April 24th at Sergio's Go around here at 5:30. So if you guys can make it, that'd be awesome. It would be great to see you guys there. And we've already been pushing that on the chamber. I know Jonathan's been helping us out too with the town, so that's great. So I'm hoping to see that, you know, be a little bit better. We're also going to be working a little bit with the Cultural Affairs Committee to see if we can try to get some sort of events tied in with them, with the local business community. You know, we kind of threw around the idea in our meeting about maybe potentially partnering up with one of their events and having, you know, a coupon per se, where it's like, you know, if you're going to this event, you get a little paper that, like, you know, you can use at local businesses. Same thing with the Elderly Affairs Committee. Like, I was speaking with Dottie, and she came up with a really cool idea to speak to the theater and set up a little event where they kind of show like an older movie from the past, you know, and then they kind of do like a, you know, older sort of thing. And I actually thought that was a really cool idea. And, you know, it's not just for the older community. Like, I know there's a lot of older movies that are, you know, popular. Other than that, so now kind of more to some of the juicier stuff. We've got the Small Business Boot Camp 2. I'm not sure if you guys remembered last year, we did a Small Business Boot Camp here in the town council, or in the town hall, or whatever this is exactly. And it worked out pretty well. It was a lot very focused on working with the government, working with the county, and working with the town. And while that was good, we wanted to position it and move it more towards being more hands-on to small businesses and helping them grow, and helping them have more hands-on things that they can really apply to themselves. So something more along the lines of, working with, let's say along the lines of social media, because that's what always comes into my head, or more along the lines of like working per se with, like, let's say employment relations, you know what I mean? Or the importance of setting up an employer contract and HR for your business and how to get that going when you're just a small business with 3 or 4 employees. How do you deal with HR? How do you deal with that? And there's a lot of small people, or small businesses, in the community that help with this and help other small businesses grow their business. And we've seen them a lot in the chamber. So that's something we're going to go for. And then now this is the bigger thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about, and hopefully get a little bit of opinion on this and how best to do this. And luckily I had her tee me up here a little bit with the whole Main Street discussion. So I've been speaking to a lot of the businesses throughout the year, I guess you could say, when it comes to Main Street and what they want to do to liven it up. A lot of the businesses, like she was saying, want to put a lot of more focus into Main Street. And I agree, and I brought it up at the committee chair meeting a couple of months ago, in that we want to have Main Street be really that town center, where people can kind of come in, see what the town has to offer, participate, and just kind of really treat it as the town center. In kind of going with this, I needed to speak with a lot of different players, because Main Street doesn't just involve the town, as you guys know. It involves the merchants and it involves the Grams. There's a lot of people that have their hands in Main Street. So I kind of reached out to everybody. I know I probed a little bit at the chairman meeting, and Peterman brought up to me that there's the Main Street Merchants Group, right? So I remember hearing about that. So I questioned the Grams a little bit about that, brought it up at the last EDC meeting, and I questioned as well the business owners about that, and like how, they go along with that. And, maybe you're barking up the wrong tree by talking to me. You should talk to those Main Street Merchants Group, see how that goes. And the feedback that I got from businesses that were here, I spoke to 3 distinct ones. One that was here about a year, one that's been here about 5 years, and then one that's been here 18 years. And all 3 of them had never heard of the Main Street Merchants Group. It does exist, because I did speak to the Grams. It does exist. They're the ones that were in charge of the awesome event that just happened, the Cars for a Cure, that set up, help that get that going. So obviously they're working, and they're doing things, but the Main Street merchants don't really know exactly what it is they're doing, and they feel like, they want to have a little bit more of a say. And by Main Street merchants, I mean the real the owners, the actual business owners. So in that sense, we kind of discussed it at the meeting, and of course we've got Andrea on our, council there at the meeting, so we had her opinion as well. And we kind of came to the conclusion of, is it possible for us at the EDC to kind of hold a mediation meeting or something along those lines, where we can kind of get those people together, the Main Street merchants that will show up, I guess, or are willing, people from the Main Street Merchants Group, and then let's say some members from the town communications department, because I know that the Main Street merchants have come up with, their own proposal on how to approach and how to push Main Street as a whole. So, and I know that they want to have the opportunity to be able to pitch it to the communications of the town, to the Grams, and kind of have everybody work together. And again, I don't know what my abilities are as the EDC chair to be able to do that, but the goal is really just to get everybody communicating, working together, and talking. And it worked great for us at the chamber, the BNI, and the EDC all coming together. So I just wanted to see if that's something that maybe we could help to do with the Main Street. But that's about it, So I just wanted to pitch that here and see the best options for that.
To the manager, what kind of action would be needed by the council for you to facilitate that?
Well, right now, you can't take any action because you don't have 4 physical quorum. But if you suggest to us, I can work and have our communications, which oversees the committees anyway, so you guys have direct access to them all the time.
Yeah, we
right.
spoke with Jonathan, specifically our liaison, yeah.
Jonathan and his boss, Gladysel, and then you guys can coordinate, come up with a plan, and once you have a plan of action in place, then come and pitch it, and I'm sure we'll be able to make it work.
Cool. But this is something then that is within the books that we can do on our end. I just want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes as, just volunteer EDC chair guy.
I think it's in your economic development.
Okay.
I mean, it's 101. There's nothing holding you back. And I know that we've talked about this before, and it's not just been this one-off. In the past, and I'm going way back, I remember when street closures on Main Street were happening maybe once a month.
Yeah.
Right, for different arts and crafts fairs, and a lot of the merchants liked that, as long as it didn't compete, right? As long as it didn't compete with their product. And
You know, so I think that's the caveat, right? Well, who's competing, who's not competing? If you bring a bunch of food trucks, are the restaurant's gonna be happy? No. But if you bring an arts and crafts festival, or is the jewelry store gonna get upset, right? So it's finding that sweet spot, and I think Cars for a Cure kind of showed you that if you bring something, you know, maybe art, you know, maybe something cultural once a month, like you said, working with the Cultural Affairs Committee and closing down that street and finding what's that right synergistic blend, I think there's a lot of unlocked potential there. I agree. And if there's anything that Cars for a Cure showed us, did the restaurant do well? Yeah?
Every year that we have those shows, we do better, we stock more. So, and I know all the other people on the
Amazonia, I saw a lot of people trafficking, you know, so it's doing exactly
Yeah,
what
it
you're
works.
doing. You're seeing it, and I don't think you're going to see you're not going to hit any roadblocks from us.
Cool.
Right? So it's just your bandwidth.
Yeah.
You know, how much you can take on and how much, and I'm almost certain that the Grams will embrace it as well, you know. But I
Yeah, I
remember
agree.
that used to be an issue, as long as it didn't compete, right? If you're bringing in people that are going to compete against me, you know, if you're bringing in food vendors and I'm a restaurant.
No, trust me, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that the biggest roadblock is going to be having all the different opinions and heads in a room. You know, everybody's going to have a different opinion. Everyone's going to have a different say. I just want to be able to give people the opportunity to have that say. Because that's a lot of what I'm hearing from the business owners, that they feel like, oh, I don't hear about that, or I don't know what that is, you know? Exactly. And that's what I want to get going. All right, cool. So that's...
To share real quick.
Go for it.
Look, having something once a month is what it's needed, absolutely. But in the interim, just, you know, Ancella's started to do it. The Garrison, some live music. I mean, literally just somebody with a guitar hooked up to where the fountain was, playing some music so people know, you know what, there's live music playing. Let me go listen. Okay, now I'm here. Where am I going to eat? You know, kind of thing. Even between the events that Councilman Cress was talking about. Just even someone with a guitar, for God's sakes, you know,
Yeah.
Playing some music. Not me. We already have, you know, we have so much going on. No, I mean, you have a limit, of course. Pero live music, man, I mean, that's something that we need. That definitely.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I wanted to partner with the Cultural Affairs. I think
Yeah,
their meeting's
absolutely.
tomorrow, their next meeting,
Yeah,
so I'll probably try to sneak in there.
All right.
But yeah, when it comes to the actual coordination event and all that, I'll speak back with the council now, or committee, I guess, and let them know that we're good to go, and we'll try to set out an actual hard date and, you know, more of a location and schedules, all that, and I'll come back and do it that way. Separate, I guess, from committee reports, just a quick question. When it comes time to do that and we have things in order, can I just come in terms of public comments, or I have to submit to have Jonathan put it on the agenda before? What's the correct process to do that?
I mean, if it's time sensitive, if like there's an emergency, then we kind of take, you know, the committees out of order if there's something time sensitive.
I get
If
you.
not, we try and stick to but we'll be flexible, right? So let's come up with your plan of action together with the Merchants Association, and then we'll support that. It can't be our plan, right? It's got to be economic development together with the Merchants Association, and we'll support that plan
Understood.
with assistance from communications to get the word out, to get different promotional stuff out, and so forth. So once you have that plan of action, really from our perspective, it'll probably be supporting that
Gotcha.
initiative or that partnership between the Economic Development Committee and the Merchants Association.
Gotcha. I like that. Makes it more efficient.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chair Casamayor. And I believe the next item we have up is the presentation of the CAFR.
You have to say ACFR.
The ACFR.
The ACFR,
Ooh,
yes.
I
You
gotta
can't say
get
CAFR
with you.
anymore.
Listen, I'm an IT guy. We change acronyms every 3 to 6 months. So
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Town Council, Mr. Manager. Good evening, everyone. Kay Grant, Chief Financial Officer for the town. I don't get to come to the podium very often, and I like it. But so this evening, it is with great pleasure and a sense of accomplishment that I stand before you to present the outcome of our annual audit for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. Our independent auditors who are here with us, Garcia, Espinosa, Miares, Rodriguez, it's more than a mouthful, I say this every year, Trueba, and we use GEMRT for short. They conducted the audit over a 5-6 month period, and it was just completed about 2 weeks ago on March 28th. In front of you on the dais is the final product, and it says Town of Miami Lakes 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. Tomorrow, the report will be published online under the finance section of the town's website for everyone to peruse at their leisure. Before I introduce the audit team, and just briefly, I'd like to take the proud moment to say that, and I say this, we use this word all the time. For 8 consecutive years, we've had no findings, no material weaknesses were identified, and no significant deficiencies reported. I'm also pleased, yes. And I'm also pleased to say, for the 11th consecutive year, we received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association for last year's audit report. We've already submitted this year's to the GFOA to be considered for another award. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone that contributed to making this audit a success, and especially the finance staff that we have here tonight, Maria Nips, and our controller, Celie Leon Trujillo. They have been great. And I think I said this last year, but I'm going to say it again. We have a great team. We worked hand in hand, and I want to thank them for their hard work and dedication throughout the entire process. And last but not least, it's always a pleasure working with GEMRT. Tonight we have here Jerry Donatis. By the way, he just made, a few months ago, he just made partner for the firm. So Jerry will come up and, give you the details of the audit. Also, I'd like to recognize Francis Cabrera-Yek, the manager of Audit Assurances, for the great work that she's done. Her team as well, Mariana and Alejandro. They're true professionals, and in addition, we appreciate their thoroughness and efficiency in conducting the audit. So with that, I'd like to ask Jerry to come up and do your thing.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you very much for that introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, Town Administration. And I see the mayor arrived for the exciting part of the meeting. Kay did a great job. I mean, pretty much going through the summary of the results in terms of no findings and things like that. So I'll keep this short. But as Kay mentioned, my name is Jerry Donatis with GEMRT, and with me is Francis Cabrera-Yek, who was the manager on the audit for the engagement for fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. And the report date was March 28th, so that was issued with the GFOA in accordance with the required timeline to submit it and apply and receive the Certificate of Achievement once again this year. The opinion in the audit report was an unmodified opinion, so that means there were no material misstatements and everything was fairly stated in the financials. Again, as she mentioned, there was no current year findings, and there are no prior year findings to address either. As has been the case, working with Kay and the last couple of years in doing the audit, we did not encounter any issues during the process and the procedures that we completed. We asked a lot of questions, we asked for a lot of information, and we have a good communication back and forth in between the field work that we do when we come out here, as well as electronically whenever we may not be here at the town. And we had no complications in dealing with her and her team and completing our testing and analysis during the audit. In terms of audit adjustments, once again this year the trial balances were provided that required very minimal adjusting entries. There were a few that were just reclassifications for presentation purposes in the financials, and there was an entry related to adjusting the lease liabilities related to a new standard that was implemented last year. But besides that, there weren't really any material adjusting entries. And again, she did. Kay and the entire finance department did a good job giving us the trial balances finalized that did not require much adjustment. And the only numbers I want to mention are fund balance. So the town had approximately $5.8 million of unassigned fund balance as of September 30th, 2023, and that is in compliance with the town's reserve policy. This represented an increase of approximately $446,000 when compared to the prior year. In terms of the budget, revenues and appropriations were sufficient to cover expenditures. And then this year, there was not a federal or state single audit that was required just due to the expenditure thresholds. So the thresholds weren't met. However, we still look at the grant schedules to make sure that they're presented properly for reporting purposes. So we examine those to determine that indeed there was not a requirement for the single audit. So that basically sums it up. To keep it short, but again, thank you to Kay and the finance department. Like I said, they facilitate our team and her team to get the audit completed timely and efficiently and always within the deadline. And again, very responsive to our requests and forthcoming as expected with the information that we asked for. And also Frances, again, she's led the audit the last few years. This is our busiest time, but we've come in and she's delivered the results for us. So as always, we're always available during the year. If you ever have any questions or have any concerns or anything of that nature, we'll make ourselves available to speak with you at any time. So with that, if you don't have any questions, that's pretty much wraps it up.
Any questions? Got it. Thank you, Jerry.
All right, thank you guys.
Francis.
Have a good evening.
Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it.
You guys have been already working on our books for how many? Is it 8 years already?
No, I want to say 7 possibly, because we possibly 7. Yeah.
Got it. Awesome.
Through the-
Appreciate your work.
That also makes it, once the first few years, it's you're documenting the controls and getting through the process. So that's always the time that takes a little longer than normal. Once you're there about 3 years, that's when you can start offering and adding the value and doing things. So that's we appreciate the business relationship for sure.
Through the chair.
Congrats.
Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it.
Just want to thank you, and I want to thank our staff and the finance department, Kate, and everybody, the consistency of the great work that you provide to go this many years with these results. It shows your passion and testament to what you do every day, and we appreciate it, and the residents also appreciate that, and they can take pride, and also they can feel that their tax dollars are safe, and we're using them, and we're accounting for them, every year, and these reports show it, and these audits show it. So it's transparency that we're showing. That I want to thank you again and the staff for your hard work. Thank you so much.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, have a good evening.
All right, guys. Have a good night, Jerry. Have a good night, Francis. Say hi to Mariano and JC. All right, we're moving on to any other items that were pulled up, Vice Mayor, or no? Nope. The consent calendar, we only have the approval of minutes. Are there any?
I'll move it.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in first reading, 11A.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the town's fiscal year 2023-24 budget established by ordinance number 23-318, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Are there any motions on the table, council?
I'll move it, and I do have some discussion.
There's a motion. The
Motion fails. There's no second. Item 11A fails. We're moving on to item 11B. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town Council of Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Town of Miami Lakes Code, Chapter 13, amending Article 12, Division 1, Section 13-2107, restrictions for sponsorship, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
This is an ordinance in first reading. This is an ordinance in first reading. Any discussion on the ordinance in first reading? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B, Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez is absent. Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to item 13B.
A resolution of the Town Council of Miami Lakes, Florida, requesting Chief Judge Nushin Saifi of the 11th Circuit Court in and for Miami-Dade County and pursuant to Florida Statute Sections 102.141 to appoint a standby county judge to the Town of Miami Lakes Canvassing Board for the Town of Miami Lakes runoff special election on April 30th, 2024, providing for instructions to the town clerk, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Are there any motions?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to my item on Juan Escobar. So in the past, we made line item adjustments for the clerk's position. We made line item adjustments, I think one time even for, I think it was Oriol's position. And we, as a council, have the authority to change those line items. Obviously, the instructions after that come from the manager. Juan Escobar is somebody who's shown an immense amount of loyalty. I've been here for a long time where we compensate folks incredibly well, and they leave. And I think we've seen a great amount of people leave our organization in the last several years. And I think people like Juan, there should be loyalty bonuses. There should be retention should be treated a little different. So in my perspective is to direct the manager with the carry forward funds to adjust Juan Escobar's salary moving forward.
I'll move it for discussion.
Councilman Garcia.
I agree that sometimes you have people here or any organization here a long time, and you know they've been working for a long time, and then new people come in and they might have being paid at the same rate or even higher, and it causes them to maybe to think I need to go somewhere else. So we want to retain, especially our loyal employees. Now I know that the manager was looking into reviewing salaries and how we handle salaries, how we handle loyal employees that have worked here a long time. Are we paying them what other cities our size are paying? And can you discuss a little bit about that or where you are with that, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, this council gave us direction to develop a pay plan. It was right before this fiscal year budget started. Didn't obviously make sense to rush it and come back with a product that was not fully vetted. So we have been working on developing, based on the direction of this council, a pay plan that we will be ready to lay out for this council's consideration during the normal budget process throughout the summer. That pay plan will take into consideration longevity pays, any kind of differentials for evening or night. It'll also take into account steps and also market analysis to make sure that we're competitive with neighboring municipalities, especially those that are that are very similar to us. So that pay plan will be laid out for you during the budget process throughout the summer.
and through the chair, and also any differential if our employees are working.
Yeah,
night
it's not a
shifts.
finished product yet, so
Okay.
we're still in that development, and we're still looking and comparing ourselves to other cities and see exactly what cities provide and make sure that we're maintaining ourselves competitive, and especially that we're properly compensating our staff members.
Sure. I'd just like to ask if there, of course, could be a mechanism for staff members who have been here for a really long time. And I know that COLAs come into play as well, but just to take a look, especially the differential part of it, I'd be willing to Mr. Mayor, to go ahead and vote for this item with an amendment that we do it for, all the employees to make sure that it is done, the most even way possible and safest way possible, but to ensure that we're awarding loyalty as much as we can. And Mr. Escobar has been doing a great job for a long time. So I will make a friendly amendment to, in the process, if he includes what we just spoke about, that'll eventually include Mr. Escobar in consideration for raising his salary in the studies that the manager's doing right now.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
There are some considerations that I'd like for the council to take into account. Number one is the item that the only member of our staff that whose pay was individually, singly adjusted was the town clerk, who obviously is one of the charter officers, and the relationship with the council is different than every other staff member. The managerial practice of individually making adjustments for members of the staff from this dais, I think, is problematic. I think it is not a good managerial practice when one is responsible for 40 to 50, 60 employees, to one by one have the council make direction and to individually adjust salaries of individual employees. I don't believe it is a good managerial practice. And while taking into account that Juan Escobar would be a benign practice, the opening even slightly the Pandora's box or the door to having individual employees beholden to individual members of the council is not a good practice. It could be the precursor to a Tammany Hall type scenario where you're paying political patronage and rewarding people for political favor. I repeat, Juan Escobar is not that person, but we potentially are opening the door for that to happen. We obviously are working on the pay plan, and this should be something that is looked at holistically with the entire staff taken into account. And finally, while others may disagree with me, I believe that the adjustment of individual salaries for staff members that fall under the control of the town administration, under the town manager, is within the purview of the manager and not, by charter, not within the purview of the town council.
I appreciate that opinion, and I think we've always had discrepancies in terms of how administration should work and how employees get compensated. I can tell you, I think it's an injustice to see longevity not being rewarded in this organization. I see folks who have given their all for this organization, who are getting paid what a line cook at McDonald's gets paid, right? And yet, there's other folks, right? And I know the managerial class, the bureaucratic class, sometimes aren't held accountable, and I think it's not something that I would do to go to you, Mr. Manager, please pay this person, please. No, I make it transparent in terms of the line item. That's why I said specifically the line item. And I also spoke to our attorneys beforehand, and they both said it was not a charter issue. But I've always said it, I think COLAs have created a culture that I'm not in favor of, because everybody gets treated the same. And I just don't see, I really cherish longevity in an organization. And look, you look at all the surveys recently, you look at the manager survey from staff, 35% of staff didn't respond. You look at the police one and some of the discrepancies there. The real reality is the way that I would love to see public administration done is not the style that you have, and I respect your position. But I asked the attorneys, they said it was fine to word it in this way, to change the line item for this employee. At the end of the day, I'm the one, this council are the ones who hold the purse strings, and I really believe in longevity bonuses. And again, I know the easy route has always been a COLAs. This council has voted, I think, 4 or 5 years in a row, or 4 years, whatever it was, to add COLAs, and I can tell you it's not working, right? I think people need to be paid what they're worth. I think longevity is really important in an organization. So that's just, and I respect your position, I respect your perspective, but I've always believed that, and I've seen it here in the past where it worked, but I just don't believe the COLA system it works, and it's just not something that I'd be in favor of. But it's completely in my purview to propose a change in a line item, in a budgetary line item. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to give that staffer, like it happened, I believe, before, right? There was a line item that we had made a change, and you decided not to, and that's in your purview. But if this council, the majority, wants to make a line item for a specific position, we're well within our authority, because we're the ones that hold the purse strings, and we're the ones that are really accountable to the people. You're accountable to whoever the majority of the council may be. I'm accountable to everybody. And I've always said my style and what I like to see in management styles, and again, it's in conflict to how you see it, is longevity pay, longevity bonuses. These types of are something that I would love to see in an organization. And the reason I've always just watched Juan from afar, and he's somebody who loves his organization, who gives us all, who works on weekends, who works all the time, whatever time that we need. And I believe his line item, what is required of that position, is worth more, and his longevity, than $18 or $17, whatever it may be. So I felt that it was really appropriate to change the line item. Look, if at the end of the day you use your managerial duties and say, hey, we're not going to give them that, like you've done in the past, right? We've made the change. We added more line item to a specific a member, and you decided not to move that, and that's within your authority, you believe. So, but the changes within line items, 100%, it's within purview of this council. If you decide not to give, this council decides to move money into line item, and you don't want to give it to that individual, that's within your right, and that's something that I spoke to the attorneys, and it was very clear. It's not something tomorrow hey, this person, no, but I feel that position in particular is worth more than $17, $18 an hour, and that's 100%. In other cities, you have personnel boards that decide this stuff. You don't even have a managerial class, right, that does this. So I felt that it's really appropriate specifically for this line item, similar to how we did it. Forget about the clerk. We did it in the past for, I believe it was Oriole's line item, and you ultimately made a decision not to give that money. When we made a decision at some point to lower, it was the arborist or whatnot way back then on that line item. But I digress, and I understand your position. But if this passes tonight, and there's a vote, there's not. Ultimately, the line item changes, and you get to decide. But I really believe the line item for that position is worth a lot more.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just say one thing. I've been in public service now for almost 40 years. Been in a supervisory role since 1990, supervising members, many members up to as many as 700. And my management style has actually served me very well. It is proven to be very successful for me. So we may disagree. I know my style has been very successful.
I never said it for you. It has definitely been very successful, but it's not one that I see as an ideal, right? up for opinion, right? I live many of us live in a different world where if we make bad decisions, if I make bad decisions in my private business, those are boats that can sink. In government, tomorrow you can make 20,000 bad decisions. Like the city of Miami is a perfect example. The ship keeps going, right? Bankruptcies happen, private sector, those ships close. But look, ultimately, you're right, that managerial perspective has worked for you, but it's not one that I adopt. And I think it will continue to see folks who differ in that perspective. But
Mayor, I'd like to give some feedback on the item.
yes, Councilman Collazo, then in closing, anyone else, and we'll just vote it up or down.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing the item forward, and I'm going to be one that speaks up on behalf of Juan Escobar. I think he's very deserving. He's one of these people that embodies the not your typical government employee, right? When you use that tagline, right, to put a negative connotation on government employees. I value all of them in town staff. I'm married to one of them that proudly wears that brand on her sleeve, and just like I can say for everybody that's sitting in the audience, you know. Juan Escobar is one of these people that doesn't say no. You know, what can I do to help? How can I help? Is he valued? Is he paying? And here's where I'm going to, I guess, go a little bit against the grain. Mayor, I'm going to say that that's not our position, right? I think we pay a town manager to make those decisions for us, right? And if we want to undermine him, this is exactly what I start doing, right? Start making it seem like his decisions are bad judgment and gonna, you know, ruin our town in some capacity. There are cities that have strong mayor forms of government, and the mayor has that under his purview, right? That's just not the way that this city governs. And if anything, this is just bad governance, right? And I can remember Katie Sorensen and some of the takeaways that I remember Tony Lama kind of talking to me about the Good Government Initiative was, you know, it depends on the city that you're in. Right? In this city, it's more of a policy board. And you brought up some great examples of maybe where we haven't maybe held steadfast to that. And I think that's kind of the issue, right? That we've created then, right? When we haven't held steadfast to that policy. I don't agree that that's the way that we should handle our charter officers. I think that line is drawn with us. But my decision on this item is going to be simple and to the point. And my question is going to be directed to the manager. And is Juan Escobar one of these individuals that is being considered for an increase in pay when this process that you're going through is going to happen?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Is Juan Escobar one of the employees that will see an increase in his pay based on performance, based on longevity? Is he one of the individuals that's being considered for a pay increase when you come back to the council?
He will be I don't want to single Juan Escobar out. Juan Escobar, since I have been here, has gotten multiple pay increases based on the recommendation that we've made to this council, and this council has adopted with the COLAs. So
is he one of, I know that there may be many, right, that are going to go through this process. I just wanted to know if he's one of them that's going to be included.
Obviously Juan Escobar is somebody with a lot of longevity here. And the recommendation that we're going to come back to you is with a pay plan that's going to take longevity as well as other factors into account.
Got it. All right, thank you.
No, thank you, Councilman Collazo. Look, and I respect your perspective and position. I definitely on the complete opposite side, right? I think when it comes to the purse strings, we hold them, and I think when it comes to policy making, we hold them. A manager takes direction, right? Manager manages, we lead, and this is one area where I think it's important to speak. Sometimes for those whose voices don't get heard in this chamber, because they don't interact with us or walk around these halls every day. So and I've asked other councils, and it's definitely appropriate in terms of, and I asked our attorneys in terms of the line item. But I respect.
I don't have any issue with the item. I think what you're doing is really speaking up for somebody whose merits, you know. What I have issue with is just bad governance. You know, when we set that trend, right, that somebody can lobby us and undermine the authority that we've put into the manager, then what we have done is basically, we're almost pseudo changing the form of government that we are. And that's what I have an issue with, which is what this small incremental change may lead to larger issues, right? And who would keep somebody from lobbying us then what we're paying anybody else is not fair and just, right? So then we then become the gatekeepers of pay, which I agree. At the end of the day, we are, right? But again, I go back to my governance, right? If I'm hiring a CEO on any of my boards, right, and my CEO isn't allocating enough resources, then I hold my CEO accountable, right? I don't ask my frontline workers, right, and say, hey, no, you're gonna pay these people this much. I'm gonna ask them to come back with a plan like we have. And he's directing us that he's gonna include Juan Escobar in that plan. From a governance perspective, I have the direction that the CEO is going in. I have the peace of mind that we're remunerating actually in a very fair manner, right? If his plan is not up to snuff with us, we have an opportunity to come back at his plan. We can even second guess who we have as a CEO, right? Like as you have done, you've tried to do that on several occasions, right? We can do that as a board, but I'm not gonna undermine them picking and choosing who gets, well, not to pick and choose, how did you get to $22, right? What was the methodology? What was the metric? What was your idea behind that? What constitutes him getting a 20+% increase over some other people that have been here just as long? And that's what I'm saying, is if there's a method that we're gonna follow, I'd rather follow the method than undermine the governance that we have. That's all. So in spirit, I agree with your motion, it's just style.
And I think it's subjective, right? The perspective, what's good government or not. So my motion was very clear, right? Change the line item in the budget, which is 100% in our authority. And if ultimately the manager decides not to give it to him, doesn't give it to him, right? Because I think it's allotting the funds, and it gives the manager that opportunity and hears from us. But ultimately, he's the one that gets to decide yay or nay. But appreciate the perspective. Obviously, we don't see eye to eye on that, but I think it's a healthy conversation.
Through the chair?
Yep.
So I think there could be a compromise here. Honestly, there, not just one, I'm sure there are employees here that have worked here a long time and are not where they should be. I just would love to see Juan Escobar included, along with, all of our employees, and added to whatever mechanism that the manager comes up with to make sure that we're rewarding employees like Juan, but we're doing that equally across, all the employees, so we don't single anybody out in the sense, although we understand that this person does deserve a raise, but to make the mechanism work for everybody who is in the same category. And that's why when you say COLAs, absolutely. To me, I would prefer, instead of COLAs, a merit-based, maybe a little bit of a COLA, but mostly merit-based. The employees here who are doing excellent work consistently year after year after year, well, their salary increase should reflect that. Like anything, it's a 1/3 game. You have 1/3 superstars, 1/3 that are working hard, and 1/3 who, yes, they do work hard, but they're not providing the same work product that others do, and that's just in any organization. So I would love to reward, a mechanism put in place that rewards those people that are, yes, somebody like Juan, absolutely, a merit-based. I think I proffer an amendment to include employees like Juan in your study, and to be open to that, honestly, but equally across the board for all employees, because of course, I believe you need to be as equal and transparent as possible. The employees understand. I say employees, I'm sorry, associates, members of, you're basically family. You work with us. You work directly with the council. We're partners in this, not employees or not, but to have a mechanism for them so they understand this is what's required of me. If I perform at a higher level than my colleague, my peer, then I'm gonna get that extra, raise, extra money, and I think that would go a long way. Instead of using COLA to do that, I'd be willing to proffer an amendment that incorporates what the mayor's saying, that we're going to recognize all employees like Juan Escobar, but equally across the board, and how long is it gonna take to come up with that plan? that
It'll
payment
be ready
plan?
by the summertime when we start meeting for the budget process.
Yeah, I just think that if we do it equally across the board, that recognizes the hard work of employees, especially Juan Escobar, who's been doing it for so long and always says yes and things like that. When you do your evaluations, are you using a point system? Are you using a percentage system? Are you using?
I don't want to, we haven't finished developing it,
That's
so
your-
we don't
okay.
have, yeah. So it'll be ready by the time that we meet with you in the summertime for the budget process.
I would make you're putting the KPIs together, their KPIs?
Yeah. I mean, we have that already as far as job descriptions and all of that, but
their
I
goals
think
are-
what you're asking is the same thing that Councilmember Collazo asked a minute ago. All of that will be taken into account, so the longevity and all of that.
Yeah, the only issue that I have, Councilman Garcia, is that we're putting one employee, right, on this tagline.
No,
right?
but that's why my amendment is to.
Right. To me, I have no issue if we're doing it comprehensively, like the work. We already asked this from the manager. We already made a motion, we asked him. I have no problem taking it back effective today, right? There'll be a budget implication, right, making it retrospective. But I want to make sure that the manager has a methodology that he can support, that he can defend, right? Because while we know that there's some shining stars, the ones that we interface with the mostly, maybe there are some that we don't, right? So the precedent of just highlighting one is the issue that I have, which is the same issue that you have. I don't mind him coming back. I don't mind making it retrospective and finding out what that budget implication is. I just have the issue saying, hey, we're going to single out one employee.
Through the chair, when would this, if, for example, we decide to create a line item, would this be the next pay period that he would get an extension, or that would be more in the future, after your plan? Like, I like to see a mechanism that says, hey, listen, this person or your staff, there's more. I'm sure there's more than just one, but that's a mechanism that's like, okay, it shows that these 2 or 3 or 4 employees do deserve this kind of raise, and that mechanism can be put in place. And if that's the case, would that be starting October 1st, or when would that start? The raises, October 1st, right?
Our plan was to develop this pay plan, to put it before you during the budget process for the new fiscal year, so that it'll be adopted and we can plan for and do it properly. And so it would be for October 1, for the new fiscal year. And currently, this item, even if it were to pass against, my objections, if this item were to pass as stated in the mayor's memo, there is no money to fund this item. It would have to be, some type of a budget amendment would have to pass to be able to fund this item.
All right. So I would be willing to vote for this with an amendment that we start moving toward more merit-based evaluation and pay than that.
So to award the $4 an hour increase to Juan Escobar?
If it coincides with, we do a merit-based process, and it shows in this merit-based process, not only him, but there's others that warrant that, right? A merit-based process, and I'm sure a merit-based process will not only bring him up a couple dollars, or up to maybe not the 4, but a couple dollars, but other of your staff, or the staff of the town. But if it's aligned with a change from the COLA-based to more of a merit-based, I mean, there could be some COLA in there, but kind of like a mismatch to incentivize our the staff, to and reward the staff. I always thought that was a better way of doing that when it comes to any organization, whether private or public, and I know that you've been looking into that. Is that part of your research?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say it again. It's going to have multiple components to it, including longevity, including merit, including some steps when people walk through the door to get them to a certain point. So it's going to be multifaceted, but I can't tell you exactly what it's going to be because we haven't finished developing it. Right. So that's That's the not frustrating, but that's the difficult part of trying to answer your questions, and I don't want to seem evasive, but we don't have the finished product yet, but it's going to take all of those factors into account.
And do you have a timeline on when that's going to happen?
In the summer, during the budget process.
But the summer's kind of.
No, but remember that we have multiple workshops, we have, the different meetings that we have in the development. And then obviously at the end, in September, is going to be the culmination of that whole process, is going to be the 2 budget hearings in September. But well before that is when you're going to have that before you, for you to consider.
I would be willing to then.
It's going to be used to develop. It's
Sure.
going to be from the bottom up, right? So the proposed pay plan is going to be used to develop the first blush or the first draft of the the entire budget. So when you see the budget, it will have that. So in the whole explanation process of telling you how we came to the budget proposal that we're going to put before you is going to be the pay plan.
Yeah, so I would be willing to vote for the mayor's item with the caveat that if the new process doesn't show or doesn't reward merit enough for Juan or any other associate, any other staff member, then we can come back and say, give them an opportunity to see if their new system works and does reward, loyalty. And if it doesn't, we come back and proffer that line item, that new item again, and then we vote for the individual line item. But I would like to give at least an opportunity to see if the system, does work and does reward employees like him.
Yeah, and obviously I don't want to speak for the mayor, but my understanding of this item is to award this to Juan Escobar now.
Well,
if it's something different that the motion was, and I just want to make sure that Gina captures it correctly. So when the vote happens, I want to make sure that our direction is clear.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion?
My only issue with Councilman Garcia, and I appreciate, you really trying to find that common ground. And it's that caveat that so now we compensate this particular employee at this point in time. How about all the others? Right? Will they then be brought up to that level where they're retrospectively, right? If there are others, right? Are we gonna then go back in time and make it retroactive as of this date? And that's why I'm fearful of putting one employee before the others, and especially when you're talking about a 20+% increase on it. And I don't know if anybody else is gonna have that reflected in their pay grade. Again, I'm in favor of what the mayor's proposing, especially for somebody like Juan Escobar. But there may be others. So now have we just kind of given preferential treatment to somebody who's just as equally, right, deserving? And that's the issue. I think the process that I would like to see is that we see what that manager's report is, right? And if we want to award it retrospectively to everybody, and that was the conversation that I was saying, then let's have that conversation. It really comes up to us. It really behooves us because we control the purse strings, right? If we're going to go ahead and make that decision. But awarding it to one employee now, leaving the others behind, until we see what the finished product is, I think it's just bad governance. And I know that we may disagree on that. And but if there's anybody that's deserving as Juan Escobar, but there may be others as well.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Goyaso.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to the next item, 14B. Councilman Garcia. A speeding detail and educational campaign.
Thank you. I've been recently walking through Fairway Drive, and due to excessive speeding along Fairway Drive, which I personally saw, a car just literally just burn rubber and take off at 70, 80 miles an hour. You know, and I know we're working on bike lanes there to make it more narrow and things like that, but I'm requesting a speeding detail along with an educational campaign through our marketing department to kind of, you know, let the residents know, you know, that just, again, let them know what can happen when you speed, and also the cost to their, not only their pocketbook, but their insurance and everything that goes along with speeding, especially XX speeding, work along with the major and our communications department, and have that detail there, you know, for as long as we can have it, to kind of show residents and non-residents that we're not playing around. I always thought that, you know, parking the police cars are good for the first couple of days, but people figure that out, especially those who use that road every day. But man, have I seen, I mean, honestly, that car could have lost control, and there was people walking. Fairway gets used so much. There's dog walking, and people run and they walk, and until we get to the point where we have those things put in place, I would ask for that detail. It's warranted right now. People are just taking advantage of the long stretch between 154th and Miami Lakes Drive North. So I ask my colleagues if it's possible in the next, you know, maybe now or to carry forward to add that to Fairway, detail.
There was a clear motion there, Councilman?
Yeah, I moved to add that, a detail on Fairway, traffic detail.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
You're moving to have the traffic detail?
The way that I understood it when I seconded it is that we're going to add the traffic detail to the list of things that we're going to consider with the carry forward next month.
Now, the carry forward.
Oh, go ahead.
The carry forward did not get a second today. It was before you, and there was a motion with no second, so it died for lack of a second.
Well, I would assume that eventually we will do something with the carry forward unless we just
and there's a lot of different factors, because even all of the money that we have in all of, for instance, all the special funds, like the stormwater fund, the ARPA fund, all of those funds will just sit idle in last year, and they're not going to be pushed into the new fiscal year without some passage of some form of the carry forward. All of the money that by ordinance you have designated for FP&L franchise to the different infrastructure items.
Maybe
all of those items won't happen without passage of some version of a carry forward.
So maybe just for simplicity, I think what we should do is add that speeding detail to the list of unfunded.
It is already, because in the list of the items in the carry forward, you already have a number for 120,000 for police overtime. It was there's three elements to that: the auto theft detail, the minimum staffing detail, and the third item was the traffic detail. So when they have done traffic detail assignments, they spread them around throughout the town. One of the areas that they do target, and I don't want to speak for Major Gonzalez, but one of the areas that they do target with the overtime traffic detail is Fairway Drive because of the speeding. So if that item gets funded, because right now the overtime that you funded originally back in September for October 1st, it's done because you funded through half the year. So it's the end of March, that was the end of it. So until we pass some version of a carry forward, and if you consider that and fund it, that's when we can reignite the overtime.
How about the, I'm sorry, through the chair, how about the education process, or what currently, if I may ask the major, currently education-wise, when it comes to using our communications department, do you have anything consistently, you know, about speeding or about, you know, we're watching you kind of thing, kind of like to get it out there, to let the residents know, hey, you speed on Fairway, you might get a ticket, you might get caught, at least something, you know, something in those. Do you have anything right now in place with our communications department?
Right, so maybe the motion
Okay.
should be, council member, if you don't mind me helping you along.
No, of course.
Would be to have the major work with our communications department to
Okay.
use the resources that already exist within the Miami-Dade Police Department for different campaigns surrounding the speeding issue, to work to see how we can target that.
Yeah.
And if there's a
Absolutely.
way of focusing on Fairway, great. If not, we'll do it townwide.
Yeah, okay, that will be my motion then to, yeah, something like that, yeah. So,
Discussion.
Yeah, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Diegues.
Yeah, my concern with this item is that it's very hyper-local to one street on Fairway, and as the manager pointed out, we already do a version of this when we fund the speeding details in particular, and having family members on both sides of Fairway and knowing their neighbors, this at least has not been something that has specifically come up to me enough to, again, to hyper-focus on this particular street. I know other residents want to see us also expand those details to other residential streets in particular where they have long, unobstructed areas, you know, and those are typically the areas where they ask us to put in the speed humps. So that's just my issue with the way it's currently at and why at the moment I'm not inclined to support it.
through the chair, if the major identifies those streets and includes Fairway in it, I'd be more than happy to make that, to change the motion to include all the streets, but of course include Fairway.
I guess my point is that I have no problem with that, and I think he's going to do that anyway as part of the carry forward discussion. Is all I'm saying. So I just don't see what exactly we're accomplishing at the moment with the way the item is currently worded. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, I guess bring attention to that area because I've seen it, and I've actually I had to call the police department and actually report that individual and give their license plate and things like that. So it actually happened to me, and I saw it. And I was speaking to a resident at the time who said, "You see, this happens all the time. Can you do something about it?" So I guess that's the reason why I'm here in front of you to try to get your support on that one.
Yeah, we would just be in the rotation of the list. We have the complaints come in that we know that's like an area of concern in the past, and we kind of, like you said, we just keep oiling the squeaky wheel. So we just continue to fight at it and educate. And part of the education process too is stopping people and having a conversation with them and explain to them. We don't have to give them a ticket. It could be a verbal warning. That's what part of the educational process too. And then we could start off with the educational side, and then we could escalate or upgrade to enforcement by written citations.
Thank you. And I know you have to be fair across the board to Miami Lakes resident. Not you have to treat them, if they're not a resident or they're resident, treat them as fairly as possible. And I totally understand that. And I know there's you don't have a certain amount. You have. But I would love to to see perhaps, if possible, the education start, and honestly, if we start getting repeat offenders, let people with lead feet start, really.
Yeah, I know that the officers have discretion on
know.
whether they give, but it also depends on the person's demeanor. Also, there's a lot of contributing factors, how fast they were going, and so that also adds to, if it's an egregious speed, then there's less room, for education. It might warrant a citation.
So when you do give a warning, is that documented so that when you look them up again, you can see, I gave a warning.
There's written warnings.
Yeah, and do you find officers are more willing to give the actual ticket when they've seen, this guy has already had a warning, this guy?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, so you're seeing the officers are following through on that?
Yes.
And I think that's great. That's great, because then the message gets, especially for that one individual is going to, and what is, for example, someone going, Fairway is 30, correct? 30 miles an hour?
Yes.
And if they go...
I think that was 25 that they move it.
25 now? Yeah. So if they go, what if they double that? They're going 50. What's the average?
20 miles per hour over the posted speed limit is criminal.
And that's
arrestable.
That's arrestable.
Yes.
But the actual fine is a couple $100?
Well, the fine goes up by speed.
So if they're going, because this car was definitely going 60 miles an hour. I mean, he took off and he kept going. I mean, my estimation, I may be wrong, but in my estimation. So if he's going 50, 60, 70 miles an hour on Fairway, he's getting a, $400 or $500 ticket maybe?
Well, it depends. You know, if it's something like what you saw, they probably go to jail. Because if
Yeah.
he's peeling out and he's driving reckless in a
Yeah.
25 mile per hour zone with people walking around, and
Okay.
that's called reckless.
Reckless,
Yeah,
okay.
that's reckless
perfect,
driving.
perfect. And see that is, what you just told me right now, I'd love to see that spread, on our social media and everywhere, and I'll be more than happy to spread that as well. You know, if we get to one or two people that think twice, maybe we'll save a life, maybe not, but, it'll be a more pleasant community. Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much.
All right, what was, Madam Clerk, you want to repeat the motion? And there was a motion and a second.
Mr. Manager, because the first motion that was made by Councilmember Garcia is no longer in place. What I have is motion for Major Gonzalez to work with the Communications Department to identify dangers to the area that was pointed out by Councilmember Garcia, but other areas as well, areas of concern, and to educate the residents. But you also stated something for the record, the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that captures. So motion by Councilmember Garcia, and we need a second for this new motion.
Well, the campaign, the
Education campaign.
is going.
Yeah.
But not.
Madam Clerk, may I?
Yes. We hear you, Councilwoman Ruano.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't have an opportunity to chime in. I feel that when these things occur and they're brought to my attention, or when I witness them, I forward the information to our police department because they are very efficient and more than capable of handling these things on their own. I don't think that we have to move in any particular direction. They do tackle these issues. They do monitor the streets and deploy their resources to where they are most needed. As far as the education campaign, to be quite honest, I think that speeders are only educated by traffic stops and traffic tickets. So I don't really think that posting something anywhere telling people not to speed is really going to make an impact. We have to be realistic when we talk about these things. People speed because they're in a hurry, because they're late, because at that moment they're not going to remember, a campaign that they saw somewhere. We've had the electronic signs on the street many times, watch your speed, don't even think about speeding. These are not things that will deter speeders. So I want to make sure that we don't spin our wheels and that we don't, put unnecessary burdens on our staff with regards to campaigns that really are not going to be effective. I would much rather see the police officers stopping individuals and educating them by explaining, what can happen if they do decide to proceed with a citation. That's just my 2 cents. I can't support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. Any further discussion on this? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Just to make sure, Vice Mayor Fernandez, you second the original motion. You second this one for, as it was communicated by Town Manager?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And to be clear, it's just on the campaign component, right? Which is not gonna just focus on Fairway, and it's gonna encompass townwide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 14C. Vice Mayor Fernandez.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 14C is an item, and I had a good interaction with the town manager during my briefing. And I think what I'm going to request is that we look at both our regular operations, our large town events, as well as some of our programming, sports programming, and other recreational programming, and look at emergency services response capabilities at these different programs and events, and see if there's an appetite or a need for either having off-duty rescues at some of these events, or maybe having some other form of emergency medical personnel on standby at some of these events or programs. So that really my motion is to direct the town manager to do this legwork and come back with some recommendations and some cost options on doing this.
I'll second.
Discussion, Councilman Cuellar.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilman Fernandez, for bringing this forward. I was actually at Optimus Park when one of the gentlemen passed away. I don't know, if having a truck there or having an AED deployable, all those factors we never know. But I can tell you that when we had the Elderly Affairs Committee and we had the Senior Olympics, we had to man. I think we had a private ambulance provider on standby, and it was just a lot of money. And it was just something that wasn't sustainable unless we had the private sector, in this particular case, a sponsorship and come forward. So it's one of these things where we're going to direct the manager to come back, and it's going to come back with a hefty price tag, and then we'll have to see what the risk-reward ratio is on that. But if it's just a study by the manager, I have no issues, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion. Councilman Morano, what was that?
I'm a nay.
1 no, Madam Clerk. Thank you. This item was a promise to a resident. They brought this to my attention, and I told them I put it on the agenda for them. And I actually drive by there all the time. 149th and 77th is a stop where it's very hard to see if you're making a left. There's a huge electric box, whatever you want to call those, humongous. And now there's a new building being built that there's going to be different areas there. You can't see anything at all. Resident brought it to my attention. I've gone out there several times, and I've seen it for myself. It's a little dangerous. You have to go almost straight into the intersection to make a left, and you can't see folks coming southbound on 77th. So I said, look, I don't know if it's feasible to do a three-way stop there, but just wanted to direct staff to go out there, Public Works, check it out. Now that we own 77th, I know 154 it's a little crazy. It's a private road that's owned by the Grahams, I believe, because that's a road that always has potholes, has a couple really bad potholes on there all the time. They fix it themselves. But 77th we do own, see if it's possible. If not, but I did promise a resident I would put it on the agenda, and I went out there myself and I saw it, and it's a little dangerous making a left there. So just want to make a motion to have staff go out there, check it out, see if it's feasible, and then come back to the council with their findings.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is 14E. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much. Bringing up Fairway again, right? Fairway Drive is again, very highly used. And since we are already made some improvements to the safety, the crosswalks, we're adding the bike lanes. Want to just consider, this is more for safety than aesthetics. Right now, the lighting, we discussed, I know Councilwoman Ruano discussed it as well in the last meeting. The poles are very far and far in between, so there's a lot of dark areas. They're higher, they're not the smaller poles, so then they get covered by tree limbs, and the canopy is so beautiful in Fairway. I hate to see anything that would ask us to cut some of those trees branches away. To consider just how we can perhaps in the future start adding those low gaslight looking lights that we have all over the town on Fairway. Since we're already adding, we're adding those lanes to it. I just said it would improve safety, the aesthetic look to the town, to that area, but it's more for safety. There's a lot of dark areas in that area. And just to see if we can get perhaps some grants possible for the lighting, for this. Anything we can get state funding or grant money, leveraging the bike lanes that we're going to add there. because people do ride bikes at night and it's really, really dark. I don't know if we can figure it out, maybe get some private funding or something, to add lighting to Fairway. I think it's desperately needed, at this time.
So I'd like to second for discussion, and I actually have some ideas. So I know for a while we've discussed the possibility of entering into an agreement with FPL for the management and maintenance of our existing light poles throughout the town, right? And getting a price and an agreement for doing that is a big ask. It's a lot of polls. It's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of time, right? So maybe what we can do, and long term, I think that's the right thing to look at. But maybe what we can do short term is explore using Fairway as a pilot for that kind of program, and just sometimes it's easier to cut out a small chunk and just work on that, and that way we can start learning how that process goes, and seeing if it's something that we want to look at, scaling townwide, and then just as we rebuild Fairway with the construction of the bike lanes, transition into contract with FPL, have them as part of that agreement, replace all of the lighting on Fairway to the similar lighting that we have like on 67 or 87th really, which are the smaller,
yeah, the black shorter decorative
exactly
lights.
the shorter lantern type poles, which just generally speaking going forward, because of our tree canopy, are probably the way for us to go across the board, right? It provides for the illumination to happen beneath the level of the tree canopy. So as that continues to grow vertically, we're not, trimming trees around lights. So it does have some additional expense. Obviously, having the light fixture up higher means it's more efficient. You need less poles per linear foot. But it is more efficient in our case because we're not fighting our canopy. So,
yeah, what we could do, we could, because when we explored it with FPNL, we only explored it with all or nothing. All of our lights. So what we'll do is we'll approach them and see if they want to consider doing this as, like you say, like a pilot program to just do the Fairway Drive conversion, convert the lights that are there, take them over. There'll be FPL lights, but they'll install the lights that we like, the shorter decorative ones. If they are not willing to do the piecemeal approach, then we'll go out and get a price and bring it back to you and report back to you and say, okay, to convert the lights on Fairway Drive, it'll be X, and then we'll bring it back to you for your consideration.
can I request that you do both in parallel? That way we can also keep FPL honest, and we can compare. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
I know the only challenge we've had with FPL is if one of their lights is out, their fixed time frame is about 40 days, right? So one of the reasons why in the past we never went with FPL was the service part, right? Which if you look at our average, it's a lot faster. Our lights get fixed a lot faster than FPL's, but their average is about 40 days, so that's something that would have to get worked out in an agreement, and I do know that was historically, that's been one of the challenges. Obviously, FPL is the biggest player, they can do a lot, but from a service standpoint, they leave a lot to be desired, and I know that's why we've never gone with FPL in the past.
So something to consider is, I think when we looked at this the last time, it included them having a smart monitoring of these lights, right? So it may be a situation, I'd want to look at the metrics. Number one, to see contractually what metrics there are as far as, their fixed
response time and being able to fix them and so forth, yeah.
Exactly. And two, it may be one of those things that their fixed time might be the same or worse, but if the smart monitoring notifies them of the issue faster than it would take for somebody to notice it and report it, and
it starts the clock faster.
Exactly. The interruption to lighting may actually be less time, because it'll proactively start the clock when it notices the light's not working. So Definitely something to explore, but thank you,
We'll
Mayor.
explore both those options and bring them back to you and report back to you so that you're aware.
Thank you, sir.
All right, what was the motion again, so we can take a vote?
To explore, the possibility of FPL as a pilot program taking over, replacing the lights currently on Fairway with the gas light looking lamps, and also making sure that there's a smart monitoring system in place, and trying to see if that's workable, what the cost would be to explore that area and start as a small pilot program along Fairway for lighting.
Correct, and also directing the town manager to explore a non-FPL option as a comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. 14F, Vice Mayor.
All right, so I think we've all kind of noticed that there are some businesses and establishments on 154th, mainly the two hotel properties, that are kind of bringing about a certain set of issues to our community. So I've spoken to several business owners in the adjoining shopping center, and they've expressed that there seem to be people that look either to be transients or perhaps even those engaging in prostitution or activities of that nature, right? And so kind of where it started my thought process is, are those two hotel properties on 154th the best possible use for our town, right? And how compatible are they with the rest of our community, and what, if anything, right, us from the public sector can do to encourage a change in their use, right? And so obviously those properties are zoned as hotels. They have the right to be hotels. At some point, and I think countywide, there's obviously an affordable housing crisis, and it's kind of bridged the gap between what it costs to stay in one of these hotels long term versus what it costs to pay rent and utilities, and especially some of these places you have to pay 3 months worth of deposit. Not everybody has $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 to be able to give as a rental deposit. So it's kind of, I think those properties and those businesses have kind of shifted from what the original envisioned intent for that area was. And so I kind of got to brainstorming on how we can help turn that around. So the current zoning for that area, I think, is RO50, which allows a preponderance of uses. The one thing it explicitly prohibits is retail, right? And so retail is something that, and we had somebody that spoke earlier about traffic. Retail is a use that is not necessarily tied to rush hour traffic patterns, right? So activity and traffic to and from retail is not something that happens at peak hours. Generally, most retail, opens later, and most people patronize these establishments after work or on weekends. So it checked off my traffic box, right? The biggest issue on 154 is traffic. The second box, and I think there's a lot of want in the community for a specialty grocer, right? Something like a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's or something like that. So kind of the genesis of this is starting it's obviously very preliminary, but maybe enabling me to work with Susana and come up with an idea for a zoning overlay that we can do on 154th to encourage something like a specialty grocer and look at, you know, and I did some research. There are there's one in South Beach. There's actually two in on the beach where they're able to do one of those specialty grocers within the footprints that we have on those properties. It may mean, you know, some concessions as far as, you know, either green space or some other things to make that happen. But I think they would still keep with the character of the area, and I think they would provide a huge benefit to our residents. So my motion is to enable me to work with our town planner to come up with options and parameters that we can look at, so that I can bring back a zoning overlay for 154.
I'll second.
Discussion, council, any discussion?
Just that, through the chair, I know that these areas have been higher in crime areas sometimes, and I've been called by residents with pictures of how their lack of maintenance of these hotels, and it's a higher crime area, and maybe the mayor could speak to the hotels on 154th, the amount of crime that perhaps you've been called to these areas. Has it been something that's more than usual, and those La Quinta and different hotels that are there on 154th?
We would have to do an analysis of the calls there to give an accurate report, but we haven't had anything significant of like any major crimes like shootings or robbery, except for we did have an armed robbery in the back parking lot of the Sonesta one, the one that's in 7-7 Court recently, probably a couple months. I think that was the license plate reader hit with the getaway vehicle that we were able to apprehend.
You found a vehicle using the LPR system parked there?
Yeah, the getaway vehicle used in the armed robbery at the back of the hotel, hit the license plate reader on 154th Street when it left, and we were able to apprehend that vehicle later in the day. But that's the only one that comes to mind recently where there was an armed crime at one of the local hotels.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
But aesthetically, also, that those hotels do not, to me, in my estimation, are an eyesore in certain areas. They don't keep up maintenance. So the option of having something different come in there, I think, to look at, I think is a good idea, just to take a look at that and see if there's an option of bringing in something that will, of course, not add to traffic, but it's an amenity that the residents have been asking for a while.
Correct, and one of the things that I think happens is when you think of a hotel, and this may be something that we wanna look at as well. When you think of a hotel and how you calculate trips to and from a hotel, it's hotel use, right? This is essentially de facto apartment use now, and so now all of your trips, if there's people living here long term, now all of your trips are at peak hours, right? And so it's adding more traffic than what it's supposed to, because hotel traffic is supposed to be somewhat off peak. Residential traffic is very much peak.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. And to my colleague, I respect your point of view on that, but having my office behind the La Quinta and having to deal with the Winn-Dixie trucks that supply their produce and all that, I just can't support this. I think, and especially in the context of where these properties are located, we're talking about these big trucks that are coming in and out on 154 without any real, maybe in the case of the La Quinta, if that were ever redeveloped, they can maybe get in there. But I just, again, that's already enough problems for my area and the residents in that area that have to deal with the school traffic and other vehicles that constantly flood that area during peak hours. And I think in terms of the The issue of the specialty grocer, I agree, our residents want that. I just, like I said, I just think that that creates other issues, such as the issue of the loading and unloading of produce. You know, again, on a very busy street for us, especially during peak hours. And I think with respect to the eyesore comments and the public safety concerns, I think there are other ways to address that. So at this time, I'm a no.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. And Vice Mayor, I was also going to vote no on this item, but I think when you started mentioning working with Susanna, that all you wanted was the ability to work with Susanna, I'm really interested in seeing Susanna sink her teeth into something like that and give her that opportunity, at least to come back to us with a report, right? And at the end of the day, if we don't like it, we don't like it. But the way that you asked for this item was simply to give you the ability to work Susanna and come back with something, which I think it's, I'm sure, and I don't know, I can't speak for Susanna, I haven't talked to her about this, but I know that she would love, I know these types of opportunities are always awesome for planners, and I'm just interested in seeing what she brings back. So the way that you couched the motion, initially I was going to vote no, but the way that you presented it, 100% in support, giving you the opportunity to work Susanna and come back with something. Look, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I think especially from Susanna's standpoint, I'm really excited to see what she comes back with, because what happened here in Main Street worked. She was her along with Darby during that transition, and she was the last one she did here in Main Street. Now in hindsight, everybody sees that it really worked, and it stimulated economic opportunities on Main Street that people love today. And I really want to see her have that opportunity to take something like this to put into vision. Like, I wish she would have worked on Town Center District from the beginning. I think there could have been some different aspects that she would have introduced. But yeah, the way that you made the motion, I'm 100% in favor of allowing you to work directly with Susanna and come back with something. And again, if we don't like it, we don't like it, and it gets voted down. So really interested in seeing what you come back with. Any further discussion, Council?
Yeah,
Councilman Collazo.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And my initial vote, and may continue, I just didn't think overlay was a solution. While it might be one of the solutions, you know, any way that we can hit this, if it's a code enforcement issue, if people are parking commercial vehicles, if it's an egress issue, it might not be. And again, there might be different opinions on Main Street, right? Whether it's successful, whether it was what we envisioned it to be, whether it was the renaissance that it was sold at in the beginning. I think it's fallen way short of that, right? And I think we're hearing it even from the vendors, right? Say, hey, we still want that renaissance. We still want something more, right? We're hearing that today from our own economic development. And I believe that's what was sold. I think that was the path that we wanted, right? But somehow we missed the mark. So I really wanted to see maybe what's not overlay, right? Because I just don't want to go down a pigeonhole, rabbit hole, and then we have residential units now popping in because they're bringing in a Whole Foods, right? Well, no, that's right. No, nobody thought, again, there was a vision that was laid out for Main Street, and we're hearing from our own economic development that we're still not there, right? So I want to make sure that maybe we're hitting it from all angles, right? And maybe some of that angles can be looking at enforcement, right? If it's police, looking at traffic flow issues, right? If it's creating gridlock, right? These cars coming in, and maybe it's code enforcement, because I've gotten the pictures as well. The complaints are real. I applaud you for bringing forward the solution. What I would like to see is just not a Susanna-focused solution, right? Go back with staff and see, hey, what are the things that we can do? Maybe it's options, right? Zoning overlay. Maybe it's something. I'd be open to that. If it's not a caveat that's just limited to zoning.
No. I think even if we decide to go down the path of overlay, that's a long-term
solution. No, then I can definitely support. If it's not just strictly looking at that, this is going to be the be-all, end-all, and looking at other ways that we can improve it, I'd love to see a staff report that's more comprehensive rather than maybe just looking at that one silo, so to speak.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item? Any further comments? Any further comments, anybody? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Hold on, just was the motion restated, or are we leaving it just, or it was, because if it's just as it is, I'm not going to support it.
No. I'll restate it. So it's for me to work with Susana on the zoning overlay and to explore non-zoning overlay solutions to some of the problems that I discussed.
Sure, I can support that. Thank you for
Thank you.
coming a little closer to the
Thank
middle.
Got it. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
2 noes, Madam Clerk. All right, we're on to my item. This was another resident item that was brought to my attention. I've been told that other cities, when folks that do public comments, they come up, spend their time, speak for 3 minutes, and they leave. And so there were some folks that said, hey, maybe there's a process as to when public comments is closed, that the council take 4 or 5 minutes to acknowledge some of the concerns that were brought forward and have a moment there for staff and the council to address some of the issues that were brought forward. I think that'll make the meetings a lot better, a little bit more holistic, and kind of improve communications with residents. But it's not to go into a back and forth. It's simply if there's residents that come up and ask a question on the record, once public comments is closed, the council just take 5 minutes, 10 minutes just to address some of them. Hey, this is what we're working on. This is what we're doing. And that way it keeps a very uniform meeting. And this is an item that was just brought to my attention by a resident, and I promised I'd bring it up. I have no issues with it because I think if we format it correctly, once all the questions are asked, we just write it down. If there's a question, maybe there's not. Maybe it's just statements that folks want to make. A lot of times just people come up here and they want to make a statement but there are folks who take the time to come here and they ask questions, and sometimes we're just caught back and forth. Hey, go do this, go do that. I think once public comments is closed, telling, hey, Mr. Manager, can you tell us about this? This resident asked about this, or we can answer some of those questions, but not a back and forth that'll drag on the meeting for a long time. I think it'll create a really good process. So just wanted to amend our rules to allow that in a uniform fashion where people can ask questions. Once it's closed, we address them and we just continue on with the meeting, because I've had some folks tell me who've never been to council meetings that when they come, they felt that it was a waste of time because nobody takes the time to really address their issues. And I was like, you know what? Let me at least propose it. I don't know if it'll pass, but I'll at least take a swing at it. So that's my motion.
So I'm gonna second for discussion, and I actually have a few thoughts, right? So one of the things, and it was one of my first impressions, the first couple council meetings that I came to before I understood the process. To somebody that and obviously we're all well aware of how the process works, but for John Q, homeowner out there who comes and expresses their view on the particular issue that's affecting their home or business, the process kind of seems cold. Like they come up, they get their 3 minutes, thank you for your comments, and we move on to the next question, right? And sometimes they're left wanting more. They don't realize that maybe we'll discuss it later in the meeting, or they don't realize who the right person to contact is. A lot of times it happens organically, right? So I know there's been times where somebody has come and expressed thoughts about an issue or an item that I've worked on. The Airbnbs is a good example, right? And so at some point then I have to kind of juggle, do I want to step off the dais and go speak to them before they leave at the expense of the next public comment that I'm not going to be able to listen to? Or do I want to try to, hurriedly ask, Victoria to go run them down and get their contact information or whatever? There's a part of that process that I think could improve. The biggest thing that I just got from it as you explained it is a lot of times what would have huge value is for us to be able to ask them questions, right? Which we don't always have that opportunity. They'll come and they'll explain an issue, and maybe it's something we're dealing with later in the agenda or whatnot, but we don't have an opportunity, before they leave to get that information from them. So I definitely think there could be value. I could understand how it could become a slippery slope of, you know, a back and forth. I could understand how it could lead to, you know, the temptation of pulling items out of the, you know, other parts of the agenda and legislating them on the fly at the beginning of the meeting. I definitely don't want that to happen, because I think that, you know, kind of creates an incentive to, you know, come and talk about the decision. We're going to, you know, move your item ahead, and you get, you know, squeaky wheel syndrome to an extent, right? So I don't want that to happen. I don't want it to become a you know, retaliatory back and forth. And I don't want it to become something required, right? Where we must, because I think in the memo it says, you know, to Josh's favorite word, shall, right? I don't necessarily think it's something that we're required to respond necessarily, but if there is an interaction at the end of public comments where we do want to engage, we should definitely have the opportunity to do so if we want. And I can definitely see great value to that.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Diegues.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the spirit of where your item comes from, and I understand what the Vice Mayor is trying to say. But I think that, to your point about how sometimes those interactions can be stilted, right, when they're cold, I think the same thing will occur, and if not be worse, if we choose not to respond to somebody because we just don't want to give them an answer or whatever the case might be. And also, what's more is, if I had more faith in our ability to follow our own rules, then sure. But time and time again, you know, we are very willy-nilly with the rules and everything. And as you pointed out, we're generally still pretty good. Either I've seen staff on their own go out and engage a resident, or the major has gone out and engaged a resident when it's something related to public safety. Or, as you stated, we on our own have told them, hey, this is coming up later. Or, hey, can Omar or someone get their information and talk to them? Yes.
Light bulb went off. How amenable would you be to like a 3-minute recess after public comments?
Again, in theory, that would work, but I think we need to consider perhaps then just reformatting our entire agenda, right? I mean, look at the time for a meeting that we all thought, you know, at least in the over/under that I remember everybody was throwing around, we were going to be done a long time ago, and we're already at 10:15. So our meetings are pretty long as it is. We just created another board. So that's my hesitation with that. And again, I think, you know, that we are just very accessible. You, me, Councilmember Garcia, the mayor, Councilmember Ruano, and we all have been very responsive by email, Facebook, cell phone. You know, there's a million ways to get a hold of us. So I just think, while I respect where it's coming from, and I really do get it, I do think it's a Pandora's box that we're opening. That's just going to create more problems, especially the part if we choose not to respond. Now, the 3-minute timeout, you know, in essence, it's interesting, it's novel, but again, I just think that also is going to just prolong the meeting on top of everything else we have going on. And we did, if you'll recall, we did start the open mic sessions, and I don't remember what you know, we ended up stopping those because there just wasn't, you know, a whole lot of appetite. So I get it, but I just think that there's just not enough of a demand, and I think it creates more problems for me at this time to actually get behind this item.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
I was wondering if perhaps my colleagues would be amenable to having the town clerk, perhaps, because this is something that she's going to be presiding over, research other councils and other towns across the country to see if any other towns have implemented something like that we're looking at, and do a little research, see if it's worked, or maybe it's worked and then they had to repeal it. Because I honestly, as long as it doesn't add additional time, you know, their 3 minutes is their 3 minutes. Perhaps if they ask a question, the answer is also part of the 3 minutes. So if they decide to ask a question, well, if the answer takes up the rest of the 2 minutes and 50 seconds, that's it. That's their time. Something like that, or, you know, different things. But if you can, since you're the one, you know, you're going to be looking into it. If you can maybe look into it, if my colleagues are open to that, to see if it has been successful in other towns, and if it has, you know, how do they do it?
Absolutely.
If that's
I can reach out to the City
Pres-
Clerks Association in Miami-Dade County,
Yeah.
in Broward, to see how they do this, if they do this.
If not just Florida, but you know, perhaps in other small towns across the country. 'Cause I've never seen it happen in Dade County myself. I don't know if anybody else has, but maybe look into it and see and report back to us and say, hey, this works, and then we can look into that. If
So I'll second that as an amendment,
Yeah.
which is what I'm guessing it was
yes,
offered
it's an
as.
amendment to a friendly amendment. Yes.
And if I may, on the amendment, just again, I still think that we run into the same problem, which you'll recall what I mentioned just now, is that specific to us, we're just horrible at following our own rules. So regardless of whether, say, Mount Dora has this format, and let's say out of the 413 cities in Florida or whatever, half of them do that, specific to our circumstance, I really do think that it's just not going to, work to our benefit in the longer run. So that would be my concern.
Got it. Just on the amendment alone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So the amendment passed, only Councilmember Dieguez voted against the
I
amendment?
I voted against,
I voted against as well.
Okay, so for the amendment, which is for the town clerk to look into what other municipalities in Florida and in the entire United States do, and to bring back a report, Councilmember Collazo.
no.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails. It's a tie.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll on the main motion.
I wanted to, I was trying to signal that I wanted to
Got it.
proffer
Go
something
ahead.
in discussion. No worries. One of the, I agree with Councilman Fernandez. I agree kind of where you're coming from. If there was some type of follow-up mechanism, and let it be completely on us, right? So if the person says, yeah, I'd like some follow-up, give your name. What I'd hate to do is open up a Q&A session, start putting staff on the spot to come up with an answer, right? That is then being publicly recorded, that is then can be say, hey, or not come up with an answer, say, well, staff is not being responsive. If we can do it some way in the back of the house, I can't support it how it is now. If it was something that we do on our own, please give the name to the clerk, and it's kind of what we're doing now, right? It's kind of exactly how we're operating now. If it's something that we can address, we usually pull staff away. We say, please go have a private meeting. If it's something we're interested in, I've seen you dart from the dais to go get somebody's, I've done it myself. Hey, give me your name. We hand out a business card. So I'd kind of like to keep it like that. I'd hate to say, well, we're having an open Q&A and you're going to get a response, right? And if you don't get a response, then here's another opportunity for you to soapbox and say how unresponsive we are, right? I understand the spirit of it, and I appreciate the comments that you made that maybe it's kind of cold and callous. So I'd be open to doing something on the back end.
Why don't we then, I'll propose a strike all, that instead of having a Q&A, then it just a general policy of this council directing staff that anytime there is a question related to a service request or something, staff automatically has to engage them to get their information.
I'm okay with that, or
I
at
mean,
least
that's
some
why
type
they
of follow-up to their concern, so there is an accountability, right? Your complaint, your concern is not falling on deaf ears, and maybe it's us responding, right? And then we say, hey, look, Councilman Dieguez is responding to your complaint that, there's too much speeding. I just want to make sure that there's some type of follow-up, but at the same time that it doesn't become the Q&A session. And I agree with you. I remember when we had the public forums to address this very similar thing. It was Bonnie Cintron, right? She wanted to have a dialogue with us on issues that maybe she understood or didn't understand on the items on the agenda. We said, you know what? I think it's a good idea, but logistically, it's impossible to have a private meeting with each resident on what these individuals are. Let's open them up to the entire community. Let's showcase. I think I can count on one hand the public attendees that came. I can count maybe, but less than a dozen people. And this was done over 4 nights, every single department. I remember Councilwoman Morano was present. I believe on almost every one. I believe some of us were present at some of them. And it was just grossly either misunderstood or misrepresented, or we didn't have the buyback. So I kind of in the spirit of it, like I want people to feel that they're being heard, they're being responded to, and that's kind of on us, right, as well, as elected officials. We should know. I know sometimes they're even encouraged that they don't have to give their name and address on the record, but sometimes that helps us, right? That helps us figure out who they are and respond to them. So I would say, yeah, if we can do it, but it's not like a steadfast rule. We must have a Q&A on every issue that you bring forward all the time. Whatever that is, whether it's a strike all amendment, I'd be supportive of it. Otherwise, in its current form, I'm not supportive.
Through the chair, my last comments. I honestly don't mind, and within the 3 minutes that residents have to speak, if they ask a question, within the 3 minutes, then if we can come up with an answer within those 3 minutes, great. If not, then we can do what we usually do: is, hey, can you get with staff? Can you get with Jeremy? Can you get with, or we'll, something like that. But if it's in the 3 minutes, I don't.
I got to get back on the proper posture here. There was a motion by Councilman Dieguez for a strikeout. Councilman Collazo, you second that motion, correct?
Can I hear the motion again?
Yeah, just to restate it, it was simply a strikeout that would have a standing policy that staff, whenever a question is asked, would have to go ahead and engage them, either give them the answer or take their information down to get back to them.
I'll support it. Yes, I'll second it.
May I comment on that?
Yes, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate where everyone is coming from. I know that we want to be incredibly accessible to all of our residents. And I feel that there are few councils that are as responsive and as accessible as we are. That includes our town manager, our clerk, our staff. I don't want to put something in place where the staff members have to reach out to someone, have to pursue a comment or a question. It is the residents' prerogative to reach out to us, and there are many ways to do so. Public comments is for public comments. If you have a specific question, you can email us, you can leave us a message at Town Hall. We will direct you towards the proper person. We have to give staff the opportunity to research and give proper answers and not put them in a position where they can perhaps, inadvertently be unprepared. I don't like to do that. I don't like to put anyone on the spot. There are more than enough ways to communicate with us. If we create a Q&A, we will be here forever. I think that the process is what it is. The residents may not understand it, and that's on us to educate them as to how this process works. We don't have to change every single rule to accommodate the desires of everyone. It just doesn't work that way. There have to be procedures that are in place and stay that way. So I appreciate where the strike all amendment is coming from. I don't want to do that to the staff. I don't think that it's necessary. We have emails and we have other forms of communication for questions. Public comments should be strictly just to come and voice your opinion, and that is that. So I can't support any of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morano. Any further discussion on the strike all amendment? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. The amendment made by Councilmember Dieguez passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to item.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We got caught in the back and forth, and I wanted to add something to it. I don't know if I'd make an amendment or if we can just do it administratively. The information that staff is going to take down with the different residents, contact information and whatever their issues is, if that can also be sent to the council following the meeting, so that we're able to individually follow up if any of those issues are germane to something we're working on.
Sure. I mean, we kind of do this already, right? So we just go and we handle it. If somebody's got a complaint about whatever, whether it's speeding or a tree or what have you, we just go and we handle it. If you want feedback back and say, hey, resident John Doe, their issue was this tree, and this is their address, and we're handling it with an inspection and follow-up. And we'll give you a recap of any of those that, that, you know, that are like that. that our staff chase.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to item 14H. Let's be as expeditious as possible with the rest of these items.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just really quick, especially now during the season where where the leaves are falling. There's some areas that because of the wind, the leaves block entire sidewalks. And I just want to direct staff to see if during this time, I know certain areas, especially in front of Optimus Park, along the wall, 67th, it gets so bad that people can't walk and they have to, you know, sometimes it's dangerous, especially if you're riding a bike. Just to focus on these certain areas that accumulate more, you know, more leaves, and see if we can do something to mitigate that, especially during the times of the leaves falling. It's only like 2 or 3 times a year. We discussed that. Just to focus on those areas to make sure they're passable.
Yeah, obviously our crews on 67th Avenue, for instance, where we maintain all the medians, and every time they go out there, they do sweeps of that entire area, including the median. They obviously pick up a bunch of leaves. Jeremy even showed me a photo of the back of an entire truck full of leaves. So they do that. What this would entail would be just during those 2 or 3 weeks that the leaves are falling, those 2 or 3 times a year, doing additional sweeps to pick up leaves in those certain areas that you and I talked about that have the wall and
if they're
and the leaves.
impassable. I
Right.
mean,
So what we can do, like everything that we deal with here, it's about the money, right? So we'll get an idea of what it'll cost, and then we'll come back and we'll report to you and say, okay, look, for any additional sweeps on these areas, when we call for it, we won't even do it scheduled. We'll do, you know, we'll monitor it, and when we think we need it, we'll call. But we'll give you an idea of what each additional sweeps, not for new mowing, but just for for leaf pickup, and then that way you guys can act on it, you know, from that point forward.
That's fine. I'll make a motion that the manager take a look at that and see if the cost, bring back the cost of doing those additional leaf sweepings.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 14I.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item is mine, and it comes from kind of 2 different places. I did have a conversation with a member of staff and with the manager during my briefing. So my understanding is communications department is already working on kind of like a monthly video series. I think their original focus for it was more community and event focused and kind of creating awareness for events in the community and using it to promote events. But I think there's an opportunity to do something, if you think about it, as a smaller, quicker version of the video that gets prepared for the state of the town, where each department kind of has, you know, some brag items and some blurbs and some information about some of their accomplishments and achievements. So to kind of do that for the different operational departments, really the ones that are more resident, that have the most resident contact points, you know, building, public works, but really to give all the different departments on a rotating basis the opportunity to talk about maybe some projects that are coming up in their wheelhouse or things that were recently completed, things like that in a very, you know, short format, maybe, you know, 90 seconds, 2 minutes max, and to be able to get it out there for people that consume, like to consume their information in a video format. So that's essentially my motion to kind of piggybacking on the efforts that they've already undertaken to produce this community and event related video series, but to incorporate more operational aspects of the town to inform the residents of the happenings in our town. That is my motion.
I'll second.
Discussion.
More of a quick comment.
Councilman Diggs.
Last time when this was proposed, there was a restriction placed on the videos that it could not include elected officials and whatnot. So I just want to note that still stands. So, yeah, it was a comment to staff.
Got it. Yep. No, I'm perfectly fine with that. And nobody's gonna make a comment about my acronym. I'm disappointed.
I loved it.
Yeah.
You're obsessed with cows.
I wanted somebody to set up, so that I could say it's a little cheesy, but nobody bit. All right. Next item requires a waiver.
No, wait. Nobody voted on this.
Oh,
all those
sorry.
in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The next item requires a waiver. Is there a motion to waive section?
I'll move the waiver.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you,
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item should be fairly straightforward. For the last, I think we're on the sixth phase of Westlake's reforestation. Kind of the focus has been to take this all-encompassing, holistic approach, which is generally a good thing, right? Block by block, section by section, replace all of the undesirable trees and plant whatever the new planting that has been selected for that area is, right? So there's, and I've gotten a lot of feedback, there's an abundance of people that have existing trees, be they palm trees or be they other kinds of trees, that are healthy and there, and sometimes, not aesthetically offensive. And we come in, we chop them down, and we plant another tree. So kind of what I wanted to do is to direct staff to prioritize before we continue cutting all the trees on a block and replacing them all, rather than doing that, shifting our strategy to try to focus on planting trees in all the available spots. There's plenty of spots that have been identified that don't have any tree whatsoever, and to exhaust all the opportunities to plant trees in those voids first, and then that would also kind of give some of these new plantings time to start growing in. And once we've done that to our satisfaction and we've exhausted all those opportunities to plant those trees, then we can start going back into those neighborhoods and replacing some of the less desirable trees. But the idea is to try to maximize the bang for our buck and try to fill in empty spots first, rather than cutting existing healthy trees to replace them with new trees. So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the
No.
motion. Councilwoman Morano, how did you vote?
No.
Hey, there is one no, Madam Clerk. My next item it's a quick report that I'm doing, has a waiver of rules. It'll take me 10 seconds to do it, so move to waive
I'll
section
move.
point. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
It's one no. Thank you. Motion passes. Real quick, tree canopy, Miami Lakes Way South. I wanted to report on this. I've had several residents. One resident specific requested a meeting with me. I sat down with this resident, and he showcased several areas on Miami Lake Way South, Lake Patricia area, that are missing trees. So in line with the reforestation program strategy that the Vice Mayor wants to talk about, it's something I'm going to start looking into. Joseph's already looking into in terms of, and I'll bring it back to the council, and if it has to be in the form of a new business item in the future, but to see if some of those trees that we don't utilize can start being placed in areas where trees are missing, even on the east side of town. So, and that resident promised him I'd put it on the agenda, and I have follow-up, so we'll bring back that follow-up. We're moving on to the manager's report, monthly police report by our town commander.
Good evening, everyone. Jose Gonzalez, Town Commander with the police report for March. Crime was down 10% year to date. on targeted crimes, so we're looking good with that. We continue with the high visibility patrols during the evenings and the early mornings for any vehicle burglaries. We just wrapped up our vehicle burglary detail that was funded for the first half of the year. And we did have the install of the license plate readers that should be fully operational by next week once the SIM cards are installed and the communications are up. But they are already installed in one of the older locations that we're replacing the mobiles, so that's good news. And then after that, we probably have like 2 more spots, and then we're going to be entertaining interior intersections also to get more of a localizer in the near future once the net's complete. And that's it from me. Any questions?
Questions of,
Just great job.
Thank you, sir.
10% year to year? For the
Year to date, yeah.
Oh, year
For compared to last year, at this time, we're down 10%.
Great.
Town Commander, one thing I wanted to mention, I read the police survey that the manager put out. So a couple of years back, when the discussion started happening about augmenting our department, I know there's always been differences of opinion between management and maybe the town commander and those folks who are on the field. There were officers, even back then, that's maybe a handful that were like, we need more officers. We need more officers. We need more officers. Second year, a little bit more. This year, it was resounding. I read the notes, and I was taken aback with the amount. And I've been a big believer of this for the last 4 years. I've been talking about it. Even when we had a major excess money, we had opportunities to augment 2 officers. I'm going to be very honest with you, I'm concerned, because if our men and women who are in uniform are at the point where dozens of them are expressing this in writing, I can only imagine, with the camaraderie that exists. So I don't know how the approach is going to be, but if they're saying it, it's a concern to me, right, as mayor, because the manager took the time to put it out. He wants their feedback, and then he sent us that feedback, and we have to act upon it. So I feel, as mayor, at the beginning, again, I always believed in the last 4 years augmenting our force, but it was a small trickle. Now it's dozens of officers saying that. I'm concerned. I'm really concerned, and I want to back them up 1,000%. We have to augment our force. I know it's not your position. I know the purse strings are held by this council, and the direction this council has to go to the manager, then to you, but I don't know how, I don't want to put you in a position, because you don't work for this council, you work for the manager, then the manager works for us, and I don't want, but hearing that, how do we take that feedback, because it's dozens, it's not just 1 or 2, and their feedback is really important. And I'm concerned because there's new developments coming online. There's one coming online on Commerce. I know the culture has always been, Mr. Manager, this is not, don't see this as a disrespect, but the culture that you've added is more of the fire service, right? Where you've always said, well, there's not enough calls for service, right? Fire department, 100, he's absolutely right? It's calls for service. Police in our town does a lot of different things, right? That is not calls for service, that don't get quantified. And if I'm already hearing those officers asking for more, I'm concerned, Major, and I just want to put that on the record, and I would hope it gets addressed.
So once the manager shared the survey with me, we had a meeting early Monday morning to discuss the concerns that were expressed. So we're working together to come to a solution on the concerns, and we're looking at different avenues of the workload that we're having. We discussed additional workloads that we have. That's just calls for service. It's all the speeding enforcement we have to do, and the park checks, and watch orders, and the contact cards, and the high visibility. So there's a lot more to our workload, and we're exploring, the amount. We're going to do a report for the manager to see what we could do in the near future to address that.
Thank you. Any other questions of the Major? If not, thank you for your service.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Monthly infrastructure report. Omar Santos, Director Santos.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll start, like I always do, I'll highlight a few projects. If there are any questions, please go ahead and ask them. First one, Northwest 59th Avenue project. We received the proposal for the RFQ for the project management service. We'll be putting together our evaluation committee and determining if that proposal qualifies, and then proceed to make a recommendation through the manager. Excuse me. We got two projects, drainage for the bond, that have already received their final pavement. Those are the Royal Lund on the 87th and 162, that neighborhood there. And the West Lakes Gardens First Edition. This is 153rd Terrace and 152nd Terrace. So those were in the final inspections, getting all the final items taken care of before we finalize this project. Commerce Way is going well. We still have our lane closures there. We are helping tremendously to expedite that project. We will have the 5K coming up this weekend, and we're working with the contractor to make sure there's a path through the project for them to get through. And similar to what we did during the Christmas run one. 158th Street drainage, that one is in the closeout phase. We've already have the paint down. We're waiting to get the thermoplastic, which is the final reflective painting, but that's pretty much done. Looks pretty nice. If I want to say so, if I say so myself, encourage you drive by there and go check it out. The HVAC, the 3 HVAC units in Town Hall were replaced 2 weeks ago or 2 Fridays ago. So this is the new AC unit that's working right now. And the I'll let you. And the last item, I didn't get a chance to add it, but I wanted to mention it. May 29th, we have the first public outreach meeting for the Vulnerability Assessment Adaptation Plan. I encourage everybody to attend. We're looking for feedback to be able to put that plan together and hopefully present that during our second outreach meeting with the first draft, along with your feedback and the residents' feedback. And that's all I have for now. Any questions?
Yeah, Omar, first off, kudos on Commerce. Commerce is probably one of the most complicated projects to pull off, right? It's not in a residential area where it's a little different, the traffic's not that much. It's a very high traffic area, and you all did a phenomenal job in coordination. So kudos to you and your team, because the way you all pulled it off, there wasn't a lot of hiccups, and it was excellent. Because I know folks were like, hey, when is it getting done? But now people saw how you guys move traffic, and that was an awesome way to coordinate. Second, were you able to hire a new CIP manager to oversee the rest of the bond program?
So yes.
Yeah, I announced to all of you earlier today that we actually have taken the measure of rehiring Anaili Padron. Obviously, she saw that this was not a bad place to work, and her work product was incredible. She was a strong member of our team, and she reached out, and with the recommendation from Omar and Tony, I concurred with their recommendation, and we rehired her, and she'll be starting, I don't remember the exact start date, but it'll be later this month.
Yeah. So I think that was a good move, right? Because you see, from the time that she left to now, it's kind of like we haven't even voted on any new projects, right? And I understand the permitting, but it's just a reality. So I think her coming back is going to be a huge, a plug and play. So that's definitely really good news. So anyone else for questions, comments? If not, thank you, Director Santos. Appreciate you.
Good evening.
Director Batchdown.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeremy Bragdon, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item in the report you have before you essentially is a culmination of 2 different items from earlier this year regarding Canine Cove. One aspect of the report looks at enhancing and improving some of the conditions at the park, while the other item goes and looks at recommendations for seeking and receiving public input for later budget decision-making. As you see in the recommendations for the maintenance plan, there are 3 tiers to it, which include increasing the maintenance frequencies, bringing us back to our usual 35 cycles. The other item you see there is some new maintenance actions. As this park is actually coupled with the rest of the town's pocket parks, It is actually rather different in the use and the amount of impact to the turf. So one of the recommendations there is some of the more high-impact turf-related maintenance practices that should be called for. And then the third item, similar to our athletic parks and similar to turf that is impacted quite frequently, is rest periods. Instituting a series of rest periods that allow the turf to recuperate, allow us time to provide some maintenance without that much paw traffic, I guess you would say. And we would be able to do so without reducing the ability or availability for use. So we would close one side of Canine Cove while the other is resting, and then we'll flop back and forth. So that way we can have continuity of operations there. And then on the public input options, one aspect that we looked at, especially after hearing some of the remarks from the Farah family and some of the individuals that I've run into at Canine Cove, is to host a in-person workshop annually at Canine Cove, talk about some of the needs, talk about where's some of the demand and what they would like to see. At this one time, I guess what I would call it as the bark for your park. We'll be able to take a needs assessment of what the community is looking for, but also tie that in with a survey aspect so that those that can attend this proposed Saturday workshop can still submit their comments, submit some of their feedback. We'll be able to also create a space on the website that can actually harness and take in this feedback and then use it for our report later on during the budget cycle for our proposed recommendations and input from the actual residents on what they want to see at Canine Cove, whether it be increased arbor, whether it be more play amenities, anything of that nature. So with that, I'm open for any questions.
Any questions on bark for the park?
Through the chair.
Is
Thank
that
you.
what it was called? Yeah. Bark.
Thank you. I see you said tree trimming to reduce heavy shade areas. Is that because the grass won't grow in that area and become
Yeah,
muddy?
so on top of the impact and use of dogs and kind of their tendencies of digging, yes, the shade is another huge impact there. And we have two beautiful large oaks, so making sure we keep their canopy still lavish but not too dense to help the turf recuperate and give it a good chance of maintaining its aesthetic qualities.
Would any areas benefit from artificial turf, like especially those areas that are very hard, because the tree canopies would make it nice, you know, you want that shade. I know it does, weeks happen with the actual grass growing, but any areas around the trunk or something that you find could use?
Given the root structure, eventually that might become a bit of
Okay.
a concern. But we can look at other ways. The only thing is there's some more disinfecting sprays that'll go with some of that
Okay.
artificial turf and,
Yeah.
and pets being on them.
Okay. All right, that's all questions.
Thank you. Any further comments, Councilman Collazo?
No, I just wanted to thank Jeremy. I think you hit all all the components that I think the residents brought forward, that the mayor brought forward in his item with an advisory committee. Really, it's going to come back down to us to fund it, right, and talk about what we, what we see is appropriate for that level of funding. I just appreciate the time you put into it, and you kind of listened to all of our points. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. We're moving on to Attorney's Report.
Yeah, I've been talking to you guys for the last week or so about the mediation. I reached out to opposing counsel. Haven't really gotten a response. I can't say that it was a negative reaction when I spoke to them, but I haven't gotten a response. As soon as I do, I'll start relaying it to you so that you guys can plan accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Real quick before I hand it over to Councilman Collazo, Madam Clerk and I were part of the canvassing board tonight, along with two other judges. Madam Clerk, do you want to give the community an update before folks start inundating your phone?
Hold on. Are we moving away from the attorney's report?
Oh, I apologize. I thought he had finished.
Oh, no, he did, but I wanted to bring
Oh,
up
no, go ahead,
an
go ahead, go
elephant in the room, so to speak.
Go ahead.
Absent of there being a response, there was a number that he negotiated. One that's going to have a significant impact on our budgeting, what we do now, what we do in the present. I know that we didn't pass the budget, but I think at a minimum we need to have an opportunity to have a workshop.
I think
so we can start prioritizing what our priorities are, what we're going to do with the carry forward. I'd like for all of us to be present at that workshop, and I think we need to have a budget workshop.
We need to we need to plan, one way or another. Depending on what we do, we need to plan. We're set for trial in August, and we need to make some hard decisions, and none of them are going to be any fun. As you guys know, we've been talking quite a bit with each of you.
So I wanted to make a motion to set up a workshop date that we can all be at, and for planning purposes that include budgeting for future litigation expenses and the items that we didn't move forward on the budget.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam Clerk, before we go back to Councilman Collazo, if you want to give everybody an update on the canvassing board tonight that we were a part of.
Yes. I just first want to say thank you to the canvassing board, the two judges who diligently and gracefully volunteered and did their work, and Mayor as well, and myself. Basically, we posted at 7 p.m. in our town website the preliminary or unofficial results. These are directly from the elections department. You can find them in our website, and what it basically states are the results from the 5 candidates. Mr. Brian Morera received 618 votes, which is a 29%. So he will be going to the runoff. Mr. Hector Abad and Ms. Esther Colin's results are very close, very narrow. So the Department of Elections also told us and showed us there are 8 ballots that were identified with issues. 6 ballots were not signed. 2 ballots were identified by the canvassing board with signature discrepancies. So those 8 ballots are given the opportunity to be cured by the people who casted their vote in those ballots. And by this, we mean that for 48 hours, they're giving the opportunity or the window to cure those ballots. So as of right now, we're on hold. We have to wait for the final results of these 8 ballots, and the canvassing board will be meeting again Friday at 9 a.m. in the Department of Elections. We will meet and we will determine then what happened to those 8 ballots, if they were cured, if they were not cured, and we will make the determination as to whether there will be a recount. Because again, the results of Ms. Esther Colin and Mr. Hector Abad are very close. We want to say, I think it's like seven votes apart. So the Department of Elections did tell us about the machine recount, and we have to wait.
All right,
so I just want to make sure that what the residents see on the website, which again is and it was given to me as well as a clerk, it's the tabulation of results. This is unofficial and it's preliminary. It's not final.
Right. But no matter what, there will be a runoff election on April 30th.
We have that date. The Department of Elections told us that we need to wait until Friday.
Yeah, if Mr. Morera got the 29%.
Mr. Morera got.
We have to have a runoff if he's the leader.
And we're waiting to know who's the other person, the other candidate.
Exactly. I just want to make that clear
that
to the public that
will
no
be
matter
in the
what,
ballot.
there will be a runoff election on April 30th.
Did I miss anything, Mayor Sid? You were there. We had people from
No. And if anybody wants to attend Friday's canvassing meeting, you can attend. I believe the Miami Laker was in there the whole time with us. And
absolutely.
So it is an open room for the
is.
public. So if everybody wants to be there for the canvassing board meeting on Friday, you can all sit in. So at 9 o'clock in the morning.
And the 2700 Northwest 87th Avenue. This is the Municipal Canvassing Board, which has been as well published several times at 9 a.m. You can see what we're going to be doing and what, the results will be.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to a point of personal privilege by Councilman Collazo, then we'll move on and adjourn.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm not going to hold up everybody's time, but I do want to recognize Lucas Collazo, who came here after a baseball game. And you might see him celebrating with a Happy Meal, but first time ever, I think in his career, he's celebrating a triple play. Very rare in baseball, but a triple play.
That's awesome, man. Triple play, you get McDonald's. Happy Meal. Congrats, bro. Good job. We're proud of you, man. We're proud of the young man that you're becoming, man. We all saw you. We were on the dais when he was born, right? It's amazing, man. So kudos to you. Keep it up, man. All right? Good job, buddy. Have a good night, guys. This meeting is adjourned. We'll see you in May.